to enjoy it. We'll be covering practice here for you this afternoon and have all the takeaways, not only from last night, but what we're looking forward to tonight when the team portion gets underway at about 7 o'clock here this evening. Jared Sandler joins us now for some extra innings. Sands, safe to say the Rangers are playing some great baseball, huh?
Yeah, definitely a nice road trip. You take 3 of 4 from a team that is playing meaningful baseball, and the Twins trying to push for the playoffs. And then it would have been great to have taken both games in this series against the Rockies, especially because they had 2 3-run leads yesterday. But to come out today and do what they did, it's certainly nice to see.
Who was the player of the game for you?
Nathaniel Lowe. Yeah, he's been on a tear here of late, and you look at his season numbers, and they're quite impressive. A lot of people talk about when you trade with the Rays, you better look out because they rarely make poor decisions when it comes to player evaluation. And they obviously wanted G-Man Choi to be their primary first baseman and liked some of their other options and felt like Nathaniel Lowe was someone from whom they could move on. But I don't know if they thought that they would be moving on from a guy who'd be flirting with a 300 average and an OPS north of 800.
Now, I don't want to take credit for anything, but he was on the show yesterday, and he's been putting in quite a bit of work since then. I think the G-Bag blessing applies once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to give you guys all the credit.
Right on. So what's next for this team here, Jared?
Well, off day tomorrow, and then, I think they're just continuing to kind of, this is not a team that's pushing for the playoffs, right? So continuing to try and maybe lay the foundation for stuff beyond this year. I do think that having a good finish might incentivize ownership to maybe spend a little more. You go into the offseason with a good taste in your mouth, and then I think we're probably going to see Josh Young here shortly.
Jared, if they continue on playing well and winning series, do we have to consider Bees? We have to consider him a legitimate managerial candidate for this club?
Yeah, I think you got to consider it. I don't know that the record in and of itself is something that, is going to make him the favorite. I think a part of that is because front office leadership felt like this team was better than their record to begin with. And that maybe there was going to be some evening out. And the record wasn't the reason they fired Chris Woodward. They're trending towards a 73, 74, 75 win season. I don't think that that in and of itself is, considered a bad year coming off a 60 win season. I think there were other factors that led to the decision beyond just the record. And for those same reasons, I don't think the record is going to be, what puts Tony Beasley as the favorite. But how this is, Broadus, in evaluation. You might not have answers. You might not get answers where you expect to get answers. And maybe Tony Beasley over this 6-week stretch puts forth the type of performance as a manager that, gives the Rangers front office something to think about.
Thanks, Sands. Got to run. Have a great night.
See you guys.
All right, there he is, Jared Sandler, as the Rangers win again. It is time now for a station identification here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, let's rock and roll here. The G-Bag Nation here. We open up hour number 5 of the show. Thanks for enjoying some Rangers baseball. We are live here at the Cowboys podcast studio and really excited here to cover practice here for you tonight. General at your service. There's Brian Broadus in his former home, very much his natural environment right here at an NFL HQ. Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Of course, Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 in Fitzhugh. And along with Carter Freeman and you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, watch the video, 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And the last night's practice was on video. We have some takeaways from that. But Jerry and Mike did media about an hour ago, and we got a handful of takeaways. Let's start. Michael Gallup is going to be on the roster, not PUP, to start the season. So that's pretty big, isn't it?
Huge. Absolutely. Yeah, this is huge. And this was something that I felt like was going to happen. And I sweated this one. I really did. I talked because when they were talking about not going after receivers, I felt like that maybe that Gallup was going to be close. And I even got a date from the medical staff about that. Hey, 8:30. Keep in mind on that. Well, it looks like, though, the medical staff has said, no, we're going to be okay here. This might be a one-game thing right now, and then you get him back for week 2. But that is huge news for the Cowboys.
McCarthy seemed pretty skeptical he'd play week 1, right?
Yeah. Well, Gallup came out while we were at camp and said that he wasn't going to play week 1. But McCarthy yesterday, I can't remember who it was that asked him. I think it was Patrick Walker, voice of the star of DallasCowboys.com, that said, hey, what's the likelihood we see Gallup by the end of September? And McCarthy initially said definitely. Then he kind of pulled back and gave the rest of his answer. But as soon as he kind of shed light on that a little bit, I felt pretty good that Gallup's going to play either week 2, week 3, and this is going to be a return sooner rather than later.
Well, the funniest part about Jerry's comment, the direct quote is tweeted out by our Cowboy insider Bobby Belt here. Quote, we just don't want to do anything that would put him, Michael Gallup, in some kind of category that would limit us from getting him in the first game.
Oh,
so Jerry's not even ready to forfeit game 1 in terms of Michael Gallup and his status. He said that, and then the
so
media
Gallup's
members,
like, no, I'm not playing Jerry's. And get your ass out there.
Yeah. Jerry's not ready to say no. Jerry will
put some pressure on you to play now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100%. It won't be until Jerry won't fully grasp that Michael Gallup's not playing game 1 until about 30 minutes before kickoff on Sunday night in the opener.
Hey, if anyone could maybe make it happen, it's Britt Brown.
Britt's
the best.
Yeah, Britt's done a really good job with that. I mean, he's as tough as they come, and if you follow his program, he gets guys that work hard to try and get back. He's had some success doing this. He's a salty son of a gun, though, too, man. You got to watch him because he'll fire back at you. But his toughness gets these guys ready.
Well, it's great news on Michael Gallup. Maybe back week 2 against the Bengals. I know he's not a number 1, but he is a strong number 2 in my mind and a huge part of this Cowboys passing game.
Yeah, how about the Connor McGovern news, though?
That
from Mike
one,
McCarthy?
man.
Guys,
We forgot about that.
I don't even want
Is
to
that because
discuss it.
Smith's
I'm
ankle?
livid.
Is that more than just because of Smith's hurt right now?
I think this is, when you talk to guys like Nate Newton, who are around the team quite a bit, and they live in this building as well. Nate was saying maybe there's been some busting of some of the assignments and things like that. But I'll say this, Connor McGovern has not looked bad. It hasn't been one of those things where it just completely outplayed. I mean, there were some times in some practices in Oxnard where we were probably like, Smith needs to go here. But, Mike McCarthy comes out and he is talking about all his young guys. Smith, Tolbert, these guys need to play. But it's funny that they don't see Tyler Smith as a plug-and-play guy.
Yeah.
And the history of the Dallas Cowboys with offensive linemen in the first round have been plug-and-play guys.
They're not afraid to play starting offensive linemen as rookies. Connor McGovern was not great at all last year. It shouldn't be a difficult threshold to be above. I think what we might have, though, is veteran coaches know they're coaching for their jobs and they don't want to trust a rookie, just like veteran coaches do.
It's a great point, Gavin, and it also goes back to we had heard that the coaching staff wasn't exactly the ones that were on board with the drafting of Tyler Smith.
Initially,
right?
they weren't, yeah. And there's so many things that I thought this, and I never could get anybody to tell me that Tyler Smith wasn't going to be the starter. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Maybe he still will.
Yeah, well, that's what I think too.
Maybe he still will because McCarthy definitely said if the season were to start today, Tyler would not be the starter, McGovern would be. And he also said, I don't think you take a rookie and line him up right now as a starter. And if you go back and look at Mike McCarthy and his career with the Packers, and even with his tenure here with the Cowboys, he put Terrence Steele out there as an undrafted rookie and played him
one-on-one with Myles Garrett.
Right. So that doesn't add up to me. And Broadus, look, we've been out there. We'll get out there today and watch practice. In my opinion, you're right. Connor McGovern hasn't been bad. He hasn't lost that job.
Yeah.
I do think Tyler Smith has won it. I think he's looked better. I think there's a difference specifically in the run game, which we talked about yesterday.
I don't disagree with you.
With Tyler Smith in there blocking versus Connor McGovern blocking.
Yeah, I think McGovern's looked better on the right side anyways. Like when he's played on the right side there and for Martin, that's clearly where McGovern is most comfortable. But this whole deal right now is a little bit frustrating, and maybe he is saying it like the way McCarthy said it, which is if there was a game today, and of course Tyler Smith is going to be out of practice very likely with the ankle issue. So maybe he meant literally because Tyler Smith is banged up. But this was something to where in OTAs and stuff, Broadus was like, hey, we're seeing way too much McGovern here at the left guard spot. And me and Walchuk were both like, yeah, they're going to slow play this thing, but it's inevitable. It's going to be Tyler Smith. And now, more so than ever, I'm like, holy crap, dude, we might not get a starting Tyler Smith in week 1.
Yeah, I think we're going to waste valuable time developing in your rookie year and getting you game experience that could pay off in 23 and 24, to try to save veterans jobs. This guy's in a part of the future, and he's not part of winning you the Super Bowl this year, I think, in Connor McGovern. Tyler Smith sprained ankle, not ruled out for Friday's game, though. We should also say that. Jerry Jones said there's no room to add another wide receiver from the outside, and he said he likes what they have there now more so than Oxnard because of how well Jalen Tolbert practiced last night, Brian.
Yeah, Jalen Tolbert, I'll tell you what, it was one of those practices where you're going, please, kid, make a catch. Please show some ability to go get the football. Please, show some power. It wasn't until really the second half of the practice that he started making plays and making really good plays. Where the point where he was adjusting, he was separating, the ball was secure in his hands, he was attacking it, and you could see every time that he made a catch, the wide receiver coach is down there in his face, like that away, encouraging him.
Right.
This kid. A lot of it was probably a little bit of lack of confidence right now in the way he was playing. But that second half of practice, Gavin, he showed why you picked him when you picked him.
No question. It was kind of, I'm thinking, oh no, he's getting beat up by the football a little bit here.
He was fighting it.
He's got the alligator arms. It's in his head. But you're so right. You had Robert Prince, who's running down. He had a nice deep ball that he caught from Dak during the 11-on-11s. And Coach Prince is running down there. High five. And it felt like one of those practices that let's get Jalen Tolbert his mojo and his confidence back, and he certainly finished practice strong. I also thought, Kelvin Joseph had a little bit of a bounce-back practice at times yesterday. He had a nice interception during 11-on-11. He didn't look too bad yesterday either.
Yeah, I thought he looked good in the one-on-ones, Kelvin Joseph in particular. But the Tolbert deal, it kind of makes you feel like, okay, maybe some of the poor stuff you saw. Now, the mental mistake in the end zone, not getting both feet in, is completely on him. A handful of these plays that we've seen in the preseason game on Tolbert have been on him. But you can tell when he gets with a real quarterback like Dak, things are just much different. When Cooper Rush is throwing you the ball and Greer and these guys, it's a different kind of deal. You get Dak in there, and all of a sudden they're on the same page. They understand things.
How exciting was that one pass to Kevontae Turpin, though? Crossing the middle of the field?
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. And it makes you think, okay, maybe this is a way that they can get Kevontae Turpin the ball in the offense and where he can provide another dynamic when it comes to this Cowboys offense.
That's one of the cool things up here is the reaction that he gets. So I know a lot of people are excited about Kevontae Turpin. I mean, they're giving him an ovation when they're practicing just catching punts.
Right.
The fan base is ready to be absolutely stoked about Kevontae Turpin right now, and it is premature. I don't know if he can be a star or even helpful on offense. But on special teams, it leaves no doubt. And he did catch touchdown passes at TCU. The last game before he was kicked out, he caught a 41-yarder. So I can't rule it out, but it's just such a stretch to go from where he's been to where he is. I don't want to get greedy. I'm just excited about the special teams element. Okay, other big story coming out of last night's practice going into tonight, guys. If you want to throw something out, I'd like it. But I'm starting to hear a little bit more concern with Tyron Smith and that multiple pass rushers were getting the best of him last night. Where is this story going?
I'll tell you what, I was Dorrance Armstrong is my guy. And so when Dorrance Armstrong beats you, then I'm thinking like, well, he's got the ability to make you look bad. And the thing with Tyron Smith, it used to be inside stuff, inside power steps. When you wanted to rush him, try and take him down inside and see if he could cut you off there. Last night, though, it was a little bit more on the edge. It was a little bit more of the dip and get underneath him. And he wasn't kicking out there and getting wide enough to get his base set and then to stop the rusher from getting going. That's what you have to do when you block these ends. You got to get them to start, stop, and then restart again. By that time they restart, the ball is gone. Tyron Smith several times did not allow that to happen. We could talk about Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons gets everybody. We could talk about Armstrong because I think Armstrong is developing as a pass rusher. Basham got him last night, and Basham has had some good reps, but not to the point where you're thinking like Tyron Smith should not be defeated by Basham. I know that happens occasionally, but there was those times where you're watching him and it was on the outside that was giving him the problems. And I think that's a concern because that's his game. Kick, slide, get wide, keep you in that spot. It broke down on him a couple of times last night.
Well, the body's been breaking down for 5 years, and it might be starting to get the best of him. And I don't know where the team goes. I think he's still going to be a pretty good left tackle this year, but I think we're going to have to get comfortable that some games you're just not going to have it, as those joints and legs and everything. And you can see him starting to look old. Some days when you start getting into your 30s, you still feel like you're in your 20s, and all weekend warriors can really relate to that. If you want to go play sports with your buddies or whatever, you're still a fairly young man. But some days you already start to feel old. Some days you feel like you're damn near in your 40s. And I think that's what we're going on with Tyron Smith right now. So I'm expecting sort of an up and down year from him.
Yeah, well, the last time we saw him in that Niners game, and that's a dominant pass rush that those dudes have, but he did not look great in that playoff game. And so now if you start seeing like Micah's beating him in practice, it really doesn't worry me. Mike is a next level freak show. But when you start telling me that Dorrance Armstrong's getting him and Basham's getting him, that's worrisome. And that's one of those deals where I don't know that the Cowboys have a solution to that problem.
Yeah.
They told you it was Tyler Smith, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Did they tell you left side player when he was drafted, right?
It would be Smith plays left tackle and McGovern plays left guard. Yeah. I suppose that's what they would do, but that's exactly why they took Tyler Smith in the first round, because they were nervous about this, and we'll have to see week 1 in Tampa if that's something that continues.
469. So according to Gavin, the better player should not start because we need to develop the guy that's not as good. Interesting. Didn't you play soccer? Well, soccer has nothing to do with that, sir. But I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, I did. I played at a pretty high level. But
you were nasty.
I was. Yeah, I was a pretty good soccer player. But no, what it comes down to is at best, it's like Connor McGovern might be a little tiny bit better than Tyler Smith because he's more experienced.
Yeah.
So you trust him a little bit more. But the upside on Tyler Smith is so massive. The only reason you start Connor McGovern is if you think you're going to the Super Bowl, right? And we got to use this guy for his last year under contract. But if you're in more of a developmental type of year, which I clearly believe they are, you're getting guys experience, so down the road it can pay off.
If you're going to draft Tyler Smith, you're trying to replace the left guard, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the whole plan? Because that was the position. They're not going to replace the right tackle because they believe in Steele. The position that they felt like was problematic was the left guard.
Yeah.
So did Connor McGovern just beat Tyler Smith out? I don't know. In my mind, I don't think he did. In their mind, obviously, that they feel like that Connor McGovern has been a better player.
I suppose so. People are fired up for First Take tomorrow. Promos started running for Jerry versus Stephen A. Then Des Bryant on Twitter. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow because I can't wait to join First Take and talk about the boys. No slander will be tolerated, Stephen A. Smith. He tagged Stephen A. and put an LFG at the end. So Des versus Stephen A. Jerry versus Stephen A. Apparently Micah Parsons is going to be down there as well. So it is going to be a star-studded edition of Cowboys First Take tomorrow. That's what it is. And plus you get the news Micah Parsons is going to join Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp throughout the seasons on Tuesdays. So a bunch of huge broadcasting news with these Cowboys today.
That one kind of surprised me a little bit.
Shocked.
I get why Undisputed and those guys would want Micah, and I guess if you're Micah's marketing team, maybe you want to get him out there. Micah's clearly good behind the microphone, like he's an entertaining dude, but like Skip Bayless is kind of one of those weird characters in terms of things that he said about Dak over the years. We know about the Aikman stuff from years and years ago. Just like, I don't know.
Being a fake Cowboys fan to begin with?
I can't imagine how the team really, if they like, how much they are appreciating the fact that every Tuesday during the football season, Mike is going to be in front of a microphone. And how many times is that going to turn into certain headlines?
Well, that goes to the brand, right? I mean, and we had this conversation a while ago. It's 53 brands. And is that sometimes more important than football and the product on the field? It's the product off of it. And we had a Tolo text in about this when we talked about Micah during the offseason. And are we scared about, maybe the branding and that type of stuff taking over for him? I don't ever think that will impact football with him. I think he really does just love the game so much. But here's the first that we've seen or heard of it maybe morphing into that line.
He's kind of like, it didn't affect Draymond Green. I think there's guys that have enough energy and,
but that's after championships, right?
Well, he was doing it during the playoffs.
Yeah, but he had already won how many?
Okay.
3 titles. You know,
Sure.
when you've already been there, done that, I think you kind of get a little bit more leeway.
My only question is how much extra work is it adding? Are you flying out to L.A. And then flying back on Tuesday? I don't know exactly what's all going on.
That's their off day,
schedule.
supposedly, is what that is. So, yeah, I mean, the travel back and forth, I just gut feeling this is probably one of those things the Cowboys wish he would not have done. That's I just have that feeling. This is one of those.
It's probably big money, though.
Well, for him it is, yeah. For him it is. I mean, this is not one of those things that the Cowboys negotiated. This is his branding group negotiated.
Jerry might not care, but like McCarthy and the coaching staff, they're going to be like, "What in the?"
Well,
heck,
it is going to
bro?
be awesome content for us. It's going to be really interesting to get his thoughts on how the game went and what he's looking forward to. And Shannon Sharp and Skip both reacted to it on Twitter like it was one of the biggest things that's ever happened in their show, because it is massive to get a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, an MVP type of player on your show once a week. They are excited about it. Okay, what else is going on here? G-Bag Nation, we are live at the Ford Center at the Star. Practice going on tonight. They really just have a few more opportunities tonight, and then the preseason game on Friday for to put their finishing touches on thing, and then we are going to be in the last build up for the game on the 11th. What are we now? 18 days away? Is that right? Yeah, 18 days away from Tampa. Adolis Garcia kept his hit streak alive, right? It's at 21 games.
Let's go.
Just a few hits from the all-time record for a Cuban-born big leaguer, so congrats to Garcia. A lot of interesting stuff going on. OKC Thunder rookie Chet Holmgren undergoing test for a possible right foot injury. The Pro-Am game in Seattle, you're seeing a lot of these Pro-Am games happening. LeBron's playing in them. A lot of guys are playing in them, and this could be quite a bummer for Thunder fans there for the number 2 overall pick.
Well, he was guarding LeBron on a fast break. It was against LeBron. It was Jamal.
Wow.
It was Jamal Crawford's Pro-Am tournament or whatever that he does. And so LeBron and a handful of other NBA players, including the rookie Chet Holmgren, were playing. And Holmgren was on the opposite team of LeBron. And so there's a fast break situation. And that's after that play is when Holmgren starts limping off the court. So what a nightmare scenario. He was dominant in the summer league. Looks like a really fun dude in terms of like the prospects of what he could be. What a nightmare situation for the Thunder right now. A freaking Pro-Am game. And I guess there's no rule, like there's no contract issues in terms of these dudes playing. Like I guess it's like, hey, they're playing basketball and so they can just go play. Like LeBron's playing a bunch of these NBA dudes are all playing in it. I guess there's no contract stipulation that's saying like you can't play. So
guys like to play pickup in the summer.
Yeah, like Hooper's Hoop, I guess,
shape.
and they know that. But
yeah, and maybe it's not such a bad thing if Luka's playing in Europe under a minutes restriction and supervision of trainers and everything. I don't know, but guys are busy, and best of luck to Chet Holmgren. They're staying healthy. Are we overranking the defense? Zach Wolchuk has a look at that. Uh-oh. Did that give you cringe face a little bit? Is it possible? Is this realistic? I think the defense is badass.
I think so too, but there are some numbers that might tell us otherwise.
All right, I got some numbers here for you if you need a new vehicle. It's any local area code in 35 lease. Call up D&M Leasing right now. Tell them what you want. Any make, any model, car, truck, SUV, doesn't matter. Sports car. A lot of amazing new vehicles out there. They can be difficult to acquire, and you might want some budgetary
Show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Aspire Financial Inc.
This is Gavin Dawson for Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They can help you fill your house this season with saving. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You could even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Is your home ready for allergy season? Air duct cleaning reduces indoor allergies, reduces energy bills, and improves airflow and system efficiency. Contact Willard Heating and Air Conditioning today at willardac.com to schedule your appointment and save 25% during our summer air duct cleaning special.
All right, welcome back. We are at Cowboys practice here, Ford Center at the Star, and we thank you so much for checking in with us here. G-Bag Nation segments brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. Now, a discouraging idea is that the Cowboys defense might be overrated according to some national outlets. So let's take a listen to what Wolchuk can present. Maybe we should media watchdog these guys. What do you say?
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of a combo platter. So we got the Shine 9, the man who uses up all the hair gel in America. He ranked his top 9 defenses, so we can go through those and think, all right, do we believe that this defense is better than the Cowboys? But I want to start with this article that Blogging the Boys just put out. And it's titled, "The Cowboys defense will definitely regress in 2022." But how much?
Definitely?
Would be the question.
Oh.
And I wonder if we agree with this. So last year, the Cowboys came in and they ranked second in the NFL defensively in DVOA. And they were first in weighted defensive DVOA, meaning they were playing their best ball towards the end of the season last year. And we know that because they had to carry the team to get victories. The offense was in shambles. It was all about the defense. Now, this team is bringing back 13 of the 16 defenders last year who logged 300 or more snaps. So they've got a lot of their returning players that contributed. The two that aren't, DeMonte Casey, Keanu Neal, they're not back, right? But we think maybe they've gone ahead and added better players. We feel good about the safety group. We feel good about the linebacker group.
Other than Randy Gregory, yes.
Sure,
better
absolutely.
Players.
And I'm glad that you brought up Randy Gregory. So he's going to come into play for this exercise as well. As Blogging the Boys highlights, that there's a principle to think that this team is not going to improve. Of the top 10 teams in DVOA in 2020, only one had a higher DVOA ranking the following year. And 4 of those top 10 teams fell out of the top 10 altogether. And that kind of fluctuation is pretty consistent year to year by these DVOA scores.
Yeah, because usually teams don't play such crappy schedules consecutively.
Very fair. And the Cowboys, I think, benefited. I mean, you look at offensively, their numbers are very skewed. I know Mike Bassick, listening to KNC earlier in the week, he went through, and the average of the games versus the NFC East, it was like 40-18.
Yeah.
And that helped skew some of these numbers. But last year, the Cowboys ranking second in DVOA, the odds of them improving to be first, not very likely.
Yeah, that's fair. Like being better than 2, there's only one place to go up is 1. And yes, but I would say there's still a strong bet to be a top 10 defense or maybe even top 5. That's what I'm thinking. That's my opinion on them right now.
And I don't disagree with that. The other area would be the takeaways. We've talked about that. Trayvon Diggs, ridiculous, 11 interceptions. Is he able to go ahead and get anywhere close to that this year? All right?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
But you can find ways to say yes, but they will make up for it with better defensive tackle play, better linebacker play, more depth at safety. There's ways that you can make up and just be a better down in, down out defensive team instead of relying on the turnover.
And what if, Diggs doesn't have 11, but if you add a couple more to some other players, if they step up and they fill in that gap and get a couple more interceptions. Another note that the article writes here is the second factor played off is a nod to Mike McCarthy's emphasis on playing complementary football. He talks about that all the time. So Dan Quinn last year ran tight man coverage with a high rate of blitzes much of the time, speeding up the quarterback's process and daring him to make a play against the physical secondary. So Quinn notably deviated from this strategy in games where his pass rush or the Cowboys' offense wasn't as effective, notably late in the year. This can be seen by the fact that 3 of the Cowboys' 4 games in which they had 1 or less takeaways also came in games where the offense recorded less than their season average 8.78 expected points added. So that's interesting. The other note, when it comes to Randy Gregory, last year, the top 25 edge rushers in the NFL, Parsons, Lawrence, and Gregory, all among the top 25. They were 7th. They were 2nd, 7th, and 12th, respectively, on that list. Does losing Randy Gregory hurt their pass rush to where they go ahead and drop in those categories?
I think it could. We'll see what kind of a year Dorrance Armstrong, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler can have. I don't think you're going to match the fear factor that Randy Gregory gave opposing offenses. So I don't think they will hit the dynamic Randy gave, but hopefully they can get close. That's my thought on it. Chiafalo, Brian?
Well, you get a healthy, presumably, DeMarcus Lawrence to make up for the fact that you're not going to have Randy Gregory. You really didn't have DeMarcus Lawrence for most of the year last year. And then I think you're going to get an even better Micah Parsons from the things that we've seen out of him. And it feels like the commitment to getting him rushing the passer.
That's the kicker right there. They're going to use Micah Parsons more as a rusher.
Right.
Any type of fall off is going to be met with, we'll just rush him more.
I like that.
That will be their answer for that.
Yeah, I have no issues or concerns about the pass rush at all. I think the pass rush is going to be probably the single best part about this Cowboys defense. They're going to regress with the turnovers. There's no question about it, but I think the pass rush is still going to be there, and they'll still be probably top 5 or 10 in the league, I would guess, in turnovers, because you're talking about a defense where I think you have a ton of depth on the defensive line. So from a pass rush standpoint, these guys are going to stay fresh. And you have like 4 legitimate like Pro Bowl and All Pro kind of dudes between Micah Parsons, like at every level. You have Tank on the D line and Micah Parsons kind of on the D line or linebacker. And then you have Trayvon Diggs at corner and you have Jaron Kearse as a safety. I feel like at every level you have a legitimate Pro Bowl kind of player. And so the big question is, how do you make up for the lack of turnovers? Are you going to get better on run defense? And are you going to be better at not giving up so many big plays? Because that was one of the big issues of the defense last year, bottom 3rd in the league in terms of big plays in the passing game given up.
So it's interesting because Shine ranks these 9 defenses all better than the Cowboys. He doesn't have the Cowboys as a top 9 defense, which made me wonder, are we overrating the Cowboys a little bit? Do we have some tunnel vision? Because, we're out in Oxnard. They're the only team we're getting to see. We didn't get to go to the joint practices. We watched them online. Thank you so much to DallasCowboys.com for showing us those. But the Niners, better defense than the Cowboys. He's got them ranked number 1. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. Buffalo, the Bills.
Probably.
Yes.
Okay. The Green Bay Packers.
Probably not.
I will say the Buffalo Bills are another defense that kind of flourished with the turnovers last year.
They did. Well. Now he's giving a lot of love to the addition of Von Miller.
Makes sense.
Thinking that that's going to elevate them.
Yeah, Von Miller helps you in those big games late in the year. That's what he did with the Rams.
Green Bay is interesting because I do
secondary is really good at Green Bay.
Their defense is good. Is it going to be? I think the Cowboys' pass rush is better. I think Green Bay's secondary is better.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Chargers, who added J.C. Jackson, and they added Khalil Mack.
They're not going to have him for the first, 4 weeks or so? I mean, he's doing surgery. We talked about that yesterday around the NFL.
It's a projection there. They got a lot of studs. They've put a bunch of money into that defense. They've added a couple of big dudes on the interior of the D-line because they were so bad at stopping the run last year. But that's a huge question mark. I mean, they could be the best defense in the league, or they could be just as bad as they were last year.
It's like every year with the Chargers, we're having this conversation. Sure. They're the darling. Like the Chargers are the preseason pick all the time, it feels, and then they kind of find a way to disappoint. Then the Rams.
Yeah.
Taking the Rams with Ramsey and Donald, still think they're better than the Cowboys?
They got 2 of the best defensive players in the league.
Not going to fight you there.
They added Bobby Wagner.
Right?
Yeah.
The Saints.
Yeah, the Saints. I mean, the Saints have had a dominant defense for a while, and they still have the Dennis Allen continuity there. I mean, they add Tyrann Mathieu. you would think that would be a defense that would be a pretty kick-ass defense.
Then the Bucks, who the Cowboys host Week 1. We taking the Bucks defense over the Cowboys defense.
Coin flip.
I think you would take the front. I think you would take the front 7.
See, I think I'd take the Cowboys defense over the Bucks right now. I think the front 7 might be a push, but I'd take the Cowboys secondary over the Bucks secondary.
They've got the power inside. Those 2 big guys inside, and then they've.
I like the Cowboys pass rush though more.
Unless
Joe Tryon really elevates this year. But I think the Cowboys have more guys that can get after the passer, Yeah. And then you've got Denver at 8.
See, and Denver is another one of those teams where Randy Gregory, he's got the injury issue. They added him for the pass rush, but like Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory, there's a lot riding on those dudes.
And Randy Gregory, how much has he practiced for Denver?
Not much.
Very little.
I mean, it just came back, I think, like last week.
Didn't practice against the Cowboys in the joint practices. And then number 9.
That's a nice secondary, though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
Safety's really good.
Yeah, Justin Simmons is great. And Patrick Surtain II was great last year as well. And then the Cleveland Browns. With Clowney back.
That's going to carry them.
Myles Garrett. We're taking the Browns over the Cowboys.
I think on paper, these are all defenses very comparable to the Cowboys. And maybe the tiebreaker is going to be the way the ball bounces or who coaches them the best. Advantage Cowboys.
Yeah. Well, Dan Quinn. But it was just fascinating to me because I think all of us are super excited about what this defense can do. But nationally, Cowboys defense not getting a lot of love. And I just want reading some of this. Should we tap the brakes? And year to year, I mean, we saw it last year. At this point last year, we're all thinking Washington. Their defense is going to be a top 5 defense.
Absolutely.
I don't feel like I need to tap the brakes from saying they're a top 10 defense with top 5 potential. Maybe that's a little bit homer, but we've also talked about it from the context of if the Cowboys are going to go meet their goals, this is what it needs to be. And
absolutely.
I don't think anybody really believes that for sure they're going to be a candidate to have the best defense. We're just hoping that it all comes together and they stay healthy enough in order to execute like that. Great stuff, Wolchuk. Appreciate it as always. It is the G-Bag Nation Live Ford Center at the Star team portion coming up at 7 o'clock. We're looking forward to some takeaways there. Watching on the monitors over here, they're just going through some individual stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, you see Drew Pearson has offered some advice for Jerry Jones. I like this topic. I think Drew has a point. I think Jerry needs to check his ego. And I think Jerry, as I'm sitting here in his house, needs to be reminded that he's not bigger than the team. Do you think Jerry knows that? I think Jerry wants to be bigger than the team. I think Jerry wants to be like a Vince McMahon to wrestling.
Yeah.
But what Drew said is the thing about it is we wish there was a Ring of Honor committee where we can offer suggestions to Jerry. You don't have to do what we say. Just listen to us, who we think were contributors to our success coming through the 70s and 80s. Time for Jerry to put Jimmy in and Ed Too Tall. He said, when I see a Too Tall, I'm embarrassed by being in that Ring of Honor when he's not, because I know what he meant to the Dallas Cowboys.
I think Harvey Martin was a hell of a player, too. Maybe you should put his name up there as well. But
they mentioned Harvey Martin, Charlie Waters, and John Nyland.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about it is there was this team was really good before 1989, too. It really was. There's a reason why Jerry got to buy the team because they struggled a little bit in the final couple years of the 80s. But, there's a lot of players that, deserve that opportunity. Jerry's never going to have a committee about that. The guy that could help the teams from the 60s and 70s for the Ring of Honor would be Roger Staubach. Yeah. Roger Staubach is the guy that needs to step up. That's the guy that Jerry Jones respects the most. And so if Roger Staubach, and Roger Staubach might not want to do that. Roger Staubach will tell, hey, Jerry, Harvey Martin was good. Ed Jones was good. John Nyland was good.
Roger was a legend when Jerry was just a fan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's a lot of respect. If you want to get something done, go through Roger Staubach.
Why did you say so quickly that Jerry would never have a committee?
I just don't think he would. It's his team. It's his decision. That's he's not going to have somebody tell him that he needs to put Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor. It's his team.
But he does like listening to people. You've told us before.
He absolutely does, but he doesn't have to take your opinion either.
Yeah.
And a committee is something that Jerry does not want to be a part of. His committee is his family.
Yeah.
That's his committee.
They'll talk about it around the dinner table.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's nothing for him to learn. Like with the football side of things, like he can be like, okay, we got a coach, we got a scout. Like he's learning things from these guys as they tell him about certain stuff. And here's something to think about. But when it comes to all these players, he's like, I know these guys. I know the relationships with them. I know what they've done for this organization. I don't need anybody's help giving me information on these players.
And I believe that Jerry would listen to Roger. That's the only old player. Well, he might listen to Charles Haley or somebody like that, but I think Roger would be the one guy that could speak for all the guys that used to be here.
And I think he made some comment about Tex Schramm giving him all kinds of advice. And they had a private conversation about exactly how to handle that. And
he said, keep it small.
He said, keep it small. And I also do think some part of it in there was he needs to be the lone decision maker in that.
Huh. All right. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Little Gavin's Gadgets for you real quick. I can't help but sneak this story in. Tiger and Rory are launching a tech-infused golf league in partnership with the PGA Tour that's going to have players competing on 6 three-man teams in 15 regular season matchups. The new TGL is going to feature 2-hour, 18-hole matches on a virtual course on Monday nights. This is pretty cool, isn't it? They're going to get out there with the simulators and be hitting golf balls around the basically video game land, but it's with a real golf ball and real golf clubs. I think this will be pretty cool.
Heck yeah.
Grow the game a little bit. You guys into this?
Is it
I've always wanted one of those things in my garage.
I was gonna say, so you're just doing this from your own. You're basically playing online. You're doing it from your own crib.
So.
Or
I guess you could,
dude. That is badass. Golfers are going to eat that up. Dude.
I know. Yeah, you could see him more in a sort of a relaxed, informal environment, maybe talking trash, having their wife bring him a stiff drink or something like that. I don't know. I think this is pretty cool, and I hope some PGA players or LIV players want to get involved too.
I would kind of think that maybe they create a studio where you have a live audience, which makes it even more.
Yeah, get them joking around.
Yeah,
not
not it like, okay, I'm hanging out at home kind of thing. I think you bring everybody in, you have the trash talk, but you also have the live studio audience there watching it and reacting to every shot. That's what I think you need to have.
It's pretty neat.
We're live here, Ford Center at the Star.
Yeah.
Cowboys getting into some team drills here, aren't they, Brian?
Yeah, they're going to try and tie this game up. And Brett Maher with the field goal. Let's see if they go down to tell us it's good. It looked like it was good. So, yeah, the situation was Cowboys were down by 3 with less than a minute, and Dak drove them down to the point where they
on a 38-yarder there.
About 38-yarder, yeah, and then so they had to take the field goal there. It looked like he threw the ball to the corner for Noah Brown, and it just there wasn't a connection there, so had to kick the field goal to tie the game with 2 seconds left.
All right, Reggie and KG going to step in. It's time to mix with the Get Right. Find out what they have coming up on their show here 7 to 11 tonight as we wrap up our show live from Ford Center at the Star here in the Nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt is in for Choppy, and let's see if I can three-peat at 7:40 with Name That Athlete. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
The biggest party of the year is coming.
my game to the next level in the major leagues, and I needed to take my health to the next level. Soda Weight Loss helped me do that. Go to sodaweightloss.com or 1-800-555-6521. Soda, it's state of the art.
A bad team facing a good team is never completely out of it.
Nick Kostos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
There's 162 games in the season. The best teams are going to lose 60-plus times, and the worst teams are going to win 60-plus times. Each night is its own individual entity. That's what makes betting on the baseball regular season so much fun.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Kostos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
Well, Tolos, the Texas summer is here, and we've all learned over the last couple of years that all this population influx sure is taking a toll on our power grid. ERCOT is asking Texans to do things like turn your thermostat up to 78 degrees all day long. Don't touch the thermostat. Call Maverick Windows right now. They're locally owned, do their own installation, and every product they sell is made right here in Texas for Texas homes and climates. Call 214-302-8541 or visit maverickwindows.com for a free quote right now.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like the buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found the road, y'all.
Live from Cowboys practice, it is the G-Bag Nation up here in Frisco, Ford Center at the Star. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, myself, Gavin Dawson. Lucius back in studio, and Carter's coordinating your video. It's time to find out what the Get Right guys have planned here. Reggie and KG coming up 7 to 11. Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
What's up, General? Short work day, huh?
Yeah, it has been a short one. Unfortunately, we were really looking forward to a full day of connecting with the audience and talking sports. But, you know, the Rangers put on a good show as well. That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys want to hang around, we could just go, how many wide is that? 7 wide?
7 wide.
Well, Broaddus going to be, you know, chilling out watching practice. You know, we
see you cats, yeah. You guys talk among yourselves.
We just missed a deep ball
I
from
was
Zach
asked
to CD.
Wait a minute, KG, I was asked to come on your show at 8:40, so I need to go watch practice. Okay?
Thank you, Broaddus. Appreciate you.
Why weren't we asked? What are we, chopped liver?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, actually,
pretty much.
Yeah.
All right,
Relative to Broaddus, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He is much better than us.
We'll put you on the rotation. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Thank
about
you.
it. Don't worry about
That's
it.
all I ask.
On
I just
any
wanna be on
day
the
that you
rotation.
don't do like a 5-hour show, we'll think about.
We'll give you plenty of work if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Let's rock. A little overtime. Yeah, I'm up for it, guys. That sounds amazing.
Y'all get paid that these days? No.
Yeah, and if you were ever wondering, or if you're still wondering what FOMO looks like, just check out Brian Broaddus when the Cowboys practice is going on and he's not actually on the sideline watching.
Yeah.
Okay. We're 40 yards away watching on a monitor. We're going to walk over there in 5 minutes, and this guy's chomping at the bit.
Yeah, I actually shut down everything on my computer. My bag's packed.
That's what I was going to say, man.
Like, I get
it's
it.
on his shoulder right now. This is insane.
I get it now because I was fortunate enough to go to practice last night, and I called Wolchuk. I called him last night. I was like, I get it now. Like, I get it. Like, I see why going to practice and seeing the guys live and seeing them in action and being able to, you know, catch that atmosphere. I see why the enjoyment is there by going, because it was phenomenal. And by the way, Micah Parsons, really good at football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure? Yeah. That was the first thing KG told me. He's like, dude, by the way, Micah, yeah, it's different when you get up there and get to see him.
It's a little different when you see 11, you know, live roaming around. And he beat Terrence Steele and Tyron Smith so bad on a couple of reps. I was like, is these two dudes any good anymore? Like, that's how silly Micah Parsons was making guys, you know, look last night.
You know, as kind of a big Cowboys fan, KG, I got to ask you, what do you think about Micah Parsons going on with Skip Bayless and everything that's transpired between him and Cowboys quarterbacks over the years?
You know, it's funny that you say that, General. We're going to actually talk about that a little bit later on tonight, actually, because I do have some thoughts on that. And I just found it, look, shout out to David Hellman, because what David Hellman's been able to do over the last month is to get me to stop down and watch FS1. And now I have another reason, I guess, to have to stop down and for some reason watch Undisputed's Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp, thanks to Micah Parsons. But yeah, I didn't think it was necessarily the best look, but that's just me.
It's just such a big opportunity. I don't know how anybody could be legit upset with him. Like, maybe you'd be like, wow, really?
Well, yeah,
it's kind of history making.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about being, you know, necessarily upset. It's just, I think the optics are a little weird. Again, I know Parsons wasn't on the team when, Skip Bayless said what he had to say most recently about, Dak Prescott and the things that he was going through at the time. But as a
that was classless.
Exactly. As a teammate, I would not necessarily want to be on that show with a guy who disparages my quarterback in that way and have a national platform with it. There's plenty of other platforms that Micah Parsons could choose to have. I don't know if that one is necessarily the one I would want to see him on, but I'm not the one.
Guys, these receivers are dropping balls on
Drop
Dak
City today, man.
Wait, what? No.
Yeah, Lamb dropped one on him too. They just dropped. Houston just dropped a slant. So yeah, receivers are struggling a little bit in this practice so far, from what I'm seeing.
Guys, we were discussing about 20 minutes ago, chances were overrating this defense. Shine left him out of his Shine 9. And, there's reasons to believe in regression just generally in a defense year over year. What do you think about the Cowboys defense and the chances that it could carry this team to somewhat close to glory?
Yeah, we were listening when you guys said that. And in here, we just kind of had a quick conversation. The first thing that came to mind, KG, you can confirm this. First thing I said is turnover regression. Like that it's such a big deal, particularly when you look at how many, just the wealth of turnovers that the Cowboys were able to get. And I don't think there's an amount of discussion about Dan Quinn and the way that this defense is capable of, getting turnovers and how you have. I hear Wolchuk just reacting. I know.
I'm sorry.
I get it. No, I see
Brown
it. I see
nice
it.
play.
Living and dying with every incomplete.
I love it.
Brown almost picked Dak again.
That's what makes the audience love
Anthony
listening
Brown.
to that so much.
Okay.
Like the fifth time.
But yeah, talk about Anthony Brown, playing the football, and more importantly, Trevon Diggs. Like those guys, or Trayvon Diggs. I'm trying to get that right. Those guys and their capability, no matter how much you talk about it, turnovers just vary so much year to year, and I find it hard to ignore the fact that they had so much help from turning the ball over last season. I think that'll be a big reason why there's a step back, if for no other reason than that.
Tough news out of New York for a Longhorn. Wide pick.
There we go. There's a Parsons pick.
Golly,
Mike,
he was
down
40 yards down the field.
I don't know. We might have had a little.
Right. We're talking about turnovers. Here go Micah intercepting the pass.
We got a flag here. Might be some headhunting going on here.
You know what?
Okay.
Mike
CeeDee Lamb
can do
got
no wrong.
hit before the ball got there too.
We're gonna want to run the ball here, guys.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're finding out over the course of the last.
Well, good
4
luck
weeks.
with McGovern over Smith in there.
Okay.
Hey, be careful. That's your starting left guard.
Come on. Well, they're making a bad decision.
Is that jamming you up as well? Does that make sense at all? McGovern over Smith, says Mike McCarthy, if season started today.
ISO!
Look here, General. We'll have thoughts on that too.
Okay.
Because Brian, he knows how I feel about this, because it's almost like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we really doing?
Well, there's
here?
still time till September 11th.
And I'm not trying to necessarily get too bent out of shape over, because McCarthy said,
bent out of shape. I'm bent.
Well, here's the thing. He said
Smith's hurt right now. He said if they had to play today, Smith wouldn't be able to play.
You did, and I'm trying to look at the positive.
Me too, but at the same time, it's on Joe Philbin and this group to get him ready to be in a position to be able to be out there in week 1 and dealing with the injury. That's a little bit of a setback, but. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled when I saw those words. Trust me.
Hendershot moving Quentin Bohanna there.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Holy cow! I don't know how you can keep Hendershot off this roster.
Yeah, he's a tough kid. Okay, speaking of injuries and the Longhorns, as I was going to mention there, the wide receiver Colin Johnson appears to be lost for the season. On the same day that Sterling Shepard returned to the practice field, apparently he tore his Achilles. During today's practice, 6'6", 220 out of UT. He'd been getting first-team reps in recent weeks at practice, and Coach was talking about how he was really looking promising and coming on strong. So that's a tough one. Kadarius Toney dealing with an injury, as well as Golladay and Slayton as well. So
like a mess up there.
It is
Big Blue,
big time. All right, gentlemen. Anything else to tease here for us before we let you go?
It's a 3-year anniversary of Andrew Luck retiring, fellas. Wow. So we want to talk about like what retirements hit us and the Tolos the hardest.
Magic Johnson. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Emmett.
My sophomore year of high school, and everybody's just walking around like, are you kidding me? Our entire lives, he'd just been the most dominant, charismatic force in all of sport.
Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk was huge, obviously. Some huge ones.
Yeah, you might have gotten a tear out of me on Dirk's retirement, and I'm not going to say that I was like a lifelong Mavs fan or anything.
That's saying a lot.
Yeah.
Reggie doesn't seem like a teary kind of guy.
Emotionalist, completely.
Gentlemen, we're looking forward to it. 7 to 11, the Get Right with Reggie and KG. Any night there's no Rangers. Thanks so much to Lucius Alexander holding it down back there. Thanks to Gavin Spittle, our program director, for giving us this hour. You know, he could have just let something else take over or do an extra innings, but he was like, no, we need to get the nation in here, talk with the fans there at Cowboys practice.
And thanks to the Dallas Cowboys, too, for allowing us to be here, too,
huge.
with Chris Beam and those guys setting everything up, and Douglas Barraclough and all those guys.
Oh, they're the best. Beam and Barraclough and all of you guys, salute. All right, for Carter Freeman back there, Wolchuk Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
It is indeed time for the Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, my man Larry Flores holding it down for you here on this Wednesday night edition on 105.3 The Fan. Notice I didn't say Hump Night edition.
That's right.
I think Larry was looking for it, actually. That's why I was in there shaking his head.
Hey, but speaking of Larry, go ahead and hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Everybody send in a little word of encouragement for Larry. Larry looks
y'all left Larry up in prayer tonight, man.
yes, absolutely. Whatever deities you believe in, go ahead and shoot out a prayer for Larry because he's tired.
Yeah.
He's not tired. He's tired.
Yeah, that's a different kind of tired that he's going through today. But we appreciate him holding down here for us here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station 105 through The Fan. Oh, hold out. 804 on the chartred.com text line. I feel a KG rant coming about this offensive line situation. Oh, don't you worry. 804. You'll get your fill of what Kevin has to say tonight about the offensive line. Yes, I did say in third person. Looking forward to tonight's show. You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula. Katie Drummond of the Cowboys Wire. He's going to join us here in about 19 minutes. The G-Bag Nation's on Brian Broaddus. He's going to join us at 8:40 live from the Star in Frisco as the Cowboys have their second night practice this week as they get ready to welcome in Stephen A. Smith tomorrow on First Take out at the Star at Frisco, along with Molly Karam and Michael Irvin going to be joining the festivities as well. I heard it's going to be a little Jerry versus Michael Irvin, who was on with Sean and RJ for his first appearance of the 2022 NFL season. As, of course, Michael Irvin will be joining Sean and RJ every single week during this upcoming NFL year. So a big week out at the Star in Frisco with the Cowboys doing practices, and they get ready for their final preseason game on Friday night, which can be heard right here on your home of the Cowboys 105 through The Fan when they welcome in Geno Smith, where apparently Seattle feels like they got two starters that are battling it out, for that QB job. I still can't for the life of me, as we get into this conversation here, I can't for the life of me figure out how John Schneider, the GM of Seattle, looked at his situation with Pete Carroll, said, "Hey, you know what, Pete? You know what's a good idea? What's up, John? Yeah, let's go with you and keep you here, and we'll move on from Russell Wilson. How's that sound to you?" Well, damn, John, sounds good to me. We'll send Russell on out of here, send him to Denver. So now you got Geno Smith and Drew Lock battling it out for the job there in Seattle. Good luck with that, Pete Carroll. But what have we learned so far about the Cowboys this preseason, Reg, as they get ready for their third preseason game on Friday night? What have we learned so far? Let us know on the truckrate.com text line as well, 877-881-1053. What have we learned so far about the Cowboys?
We're just going to go back. I'm going to say one thing, you say one thing, and we go back and forth like that?
Just like that?
Just back and forth?
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Larry, that sound good? We doing that? All right, fantastic. That's
Larry's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm already on the foolishness. What did we learn? What did we learn? All right, so there's various things, and I'm trying to stick. Let's stick with one that I know is going to get you going. And I know the text line already wants this, so shout out to you listeners, because I think we're gonna put the battery in in this man's back. Tyler Smith can move folks.
Yeah.
Tyler Smith can move folks, right? And I guess we already had some idea of the power that he came in with. That was one of the appealing parts of drafting him, is that raw power, that strength. The raw abilities were there. It was just, making sure that the technique, making sure that, making sure that the grabbing was right in the right places, that the arms didn't get out of the right, area, and those types of things. But like, that dude's power is there. Very quickly, I looked at it and I was like, okay, so if he gets beat, he's not getting beaten the same ways that Connor Williams got beat, right? Like, if there's a hold, it's not going to look the same, right? It's just going to look a lot different. And with the instances where he's been able to keep his arms in and use good technique, he is creating lanes. Like, the way that I think I felt at sometimes in games where you go, yeah, it might be time to just run behind number 70 on the right side. Just run that way. Because there's going to be just run that way. And maybe don't run behind 52, because that's not going to be as advantageous. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like that's going to level out a little bit as soon as they decide that 73 is the guy to put on the left side. I think you're going to be able to
I
get
love how
that
you're using
push.
the numbers for these guys.
Yeah. I'm doing that to help you guys, the listeners, because I know for me, as I've had my rewatch of the 2021 Cowboys, as I'm watching the game, you know what I have up in another tab right next to it is the whole roster for the team. Because every time I'm like, wait, who was 73 again? Let me go look at that.
Who was that dude again?
Yeah. So I'm giving you the numbers just for the folks that don't know, as I'm saying the numbers. Number 70 is Zach Martin, future Hall of Famer, your right guard. Number 73 is your first round draft pick, Tyler Smith, who looks like he's just he's a man who moves. Who moves folks. To appease Bobby Belt, who is now called. I'm going to refer to him this one time and one time only. Bobby refers to Tyler Smith as Tyler the Space Creator. You know,
okay.
A play on Tyler the Creator. I don't think it's very good, but
okay.
Yeah. Tyler.
There's much worse that he could have came up with. So
that's
not
fair.
Bad.
That's
not
a
bad.
good point. But no, Tyler creates space. He moves folks, and that's the thing that I think we have learned pretty consistently through preseason thus far.
Well, he may have to get ready to play left tackle a little bit more because apparently, this coming from Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News, practice appears to be done for Cowboys left tackle Tyron Smith, who just walked off the field and down the tunnel with the head athletic trainer, Jim Maurer, for further evaluation. The nature of his injury is unclear at this point. Now, Tyler Smith was already not practicing himself tonight because he's dealing with a little bit of an injury. Now, you've got your Cowboys starting left tackle Tyron Smith, apparently walking off the field and down the tunnel during practice as well as they get ready for their final preseason game of the year on Friday. And I think what we've learned so far, you mentioned about Tyler Smith and his development within this offensive line, and that's going to be something that throughout the course of this year, whether it be Tyron Smith dealing with injury, whether it be Connor McGovern, if he is in fact the starting left guard for this team at the beginning of the year, the question will continue to remain, how does this offensive line perform, and can it perform to the capabilities that it's required to do so in order for Dak Prescott to be successful, for Ezekiel Elliott, for Tony Pollard? Can this offensive unit, in terms of the offensive line, be the catalyst for why this team is successful offensively all season long? And they have been in flux, it feels like, from the beginning of OTAs, where you saw Tyler Smith, being able to start to get some work in and start to get better. But when we got to training camp, what was the talk of training camp? Connor McGovern continues to get reps with the first team at left guard. And now it's Mike McCarthy saying, look, if the season were to start today, Connor McGovern would be your starting left guard. That's a problem to me, because one of the things that McCarthy also said was, well, we feel like he needs more reps. Well, guess what, Mike? One of the best ideas you could have had for this player in terms of Tyler Smith would have been, hey, let's get him with the starting offensive line unit at the beginning of camp to get him as many reps as possible to clean up the mistakes that we feel like he is still dealing with in order for him to be as best prepared to play in week one. Because right now, Tyler Smith is the better player than Connor McGovern. He's the more physical player than Connor McGovern. To me, he gives you the best chance to have a successful run game at the beginning of this year with the way that you were talking about him moving people. So why not get him the kind of reps that he needs in order to be ready as much as he can and let him continue to work through those things as the season goes on.
Not to belabor the point, it's like there's a clear hierarchy or distinction between which of these guys is your future. Tyler Smith is going to be a future player of this. He's going to be on this offensive line for 3-4 seasons at least, right? With that being the case, go ahead and let that start now, right? Like, I don't understand the reason why. Take some of those knocks. It's going to happen. I don't understand why you'd be so hesitant to have him start from the jump, especially if you feel like he's close in any way to what you're getting from Connor McGovern, which I think would be suggested by the idea that those guys are splitting first team reps.
So that's obviously going to be a question and something that we continue to learn about this team. Also, another thing that we've learned throughout the course of this preseason so far, it feels like the defensive line is going to be pretty good for this football team. And they are extremely deep. We're talking about a unit right now that's probably 12 deep and probably going to have to get rid of a couple of really good football players in order to make room for these guys. And you're hoping that, for me, the next progression of this defensive line would be getting pressure, not only in terms of being better against the run, where last year they gave up, 4.5 yards a carry, but now can you start putting pressure on the quarterback and now allowing the Anthony Barrs of the world, allowing the Micah Parsons and all these guys to really get after the quarterback and really make plays in space. The defensive line depth, I think, is a strength of this football team that will be able to help this defense still be pretty good this year, given how much we think that the turnover variance is going to be drastically different. I mean, the Cowboys last year led the NFL with 34 takeaways, best in the NFL. So how does this team not only get better in Dan Quinn's second year running this defense, but still remain effective? And I think the defensive line is going to have to play a big part of that, especially being better against the run this year.
Yeah. One thing that's been fun that you have noted very passionately, everybody notes this. As soon as you talk about Cowboys camp or practice, the first thing out of everybody's mouth is, hey, Micah Parsons is really good.
Yeah, really good at football.
I love that it seems like he's gotten a little bit more time, and you see how the just raw athletic nature of him is matching with more and more improved football acumen. And that's just made it so that he's so much tougher, and especially when you get him rushing off the edge. I'm really interested to see how Neville Gallimore and Osa Odigizua and whoever else they filter in there, because there's a few of them who, if those guys are capable of not just continuing to add that pressure, but being able to really, be stout in the middle and make it so that running up the middle isn't as easy. Keep those linebackers clean, and if we could see what this defense looks like in that way, because I know that the linebackers had to clean things off of their shoes a lot, so to say, in that season last year.
Other positives for me that I've learned so far, Dak Prescott feels like it appears that he's in full command of this offense. He's going now into the third year of this offense with Mike McCarthy obviously missing a significant portion of the season, a couple of years ago with the devastating ankle injury and, Mike McCarthy's first year here. But at the same time, now he feels like a guy going into his seventh season that is fully capable of running this entire offense. Seeing him last night out at practice, this is a young man who believes in what he is capable of as a quarterback, despite the fact that the talent around him may not necessarily be the best given what he had last year relative to what he has now. This is a quarterback who is fully capable. He believes in his mind of leading this offense. And for me, he is going to have to be the driving force, the catalyst for this entire football team. They're going to go as Dak Prescott goes. The leadership that he provides to them on and off the field, they will be driven by by him this entire year. And he will have to be the one that puts this team in the best position to succeed, offensively, and more so be the emotional and mental and leader for this team as well, in my mind.
Okay, there's two different ways I want to go on this. First of all, I don't think I've actually learned anything on Dak Prescott in this preseason. Obviously, it doesn't hurt or it doesn't help that he hasn't played in either of the preseason games. But like practice stuff, I don't know that I've seen something particularly different besides like the statement that was made by Dalton Schultz, where it's like, yo, the velocity's up, right? Which I am intrigued by, but I don't think I've seen in enough of a way. And some of that might just be, hey, I haven't been able to be at all of these practices, to be able to see that with my own two eyes. Seeing it through various social media videos might not give me the full reflection of what that actually is. So I don't know how much I've actually learned on the Dak Prescott front. Not to say that those things don't exist. I just don't know how much of that I have taken in. From the 214 on the truckwreck.com text line, Reg, don't sleep on Bohanna. And okay, I feel you. You're right to say that to me, because I have had a healthy skepticism on Quinn Bohanna for a while now. And it might not be fair because maybe I just keep forgetting that Quinn Bohanna is a pretty young player. And I think he got bigger in the offseason. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I guess I've heard a lot of Quinn Bohanna, a lot of talk around him, and I guess maybe this is where trying to watch all sorts of different things at different times, and I have not done a great job of training my eyes toward the middle of that defensive line. I haven't seen it, and maybe I just need to be more attentive. Maybe that's just all on me, because a lot of people have given Quinn Bohanna a lot of praise.
Is that a good camp? Yeah.
Through this camp. So that might just be a me thing. So 214, you might be right. I might be sleep on Bohanna, and I hope to wake up soon.
I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about, is the depth on this defensive line and what they have, and that there's going to be a couple of good football players who will not be a part of this roster given the sheer amount of numbers, that this defense has, especially on the interior. And Bohanna is one of those guys that's made it very difficult, when they do have to get down to the 53-man roster. But when you're looking at, Neville Gallimore, Osa Odigizua, you're looking at the couple of guys that you feel like will continue to take that next step going forward with the depth behind them in a Bohanna? Obviously, John Ridgeway, the rookie out of Arkansas, you're helping that he continues to come along as well. So
we've talked a lot of positive here in what we've learned. Is there any things that you feel like we've learned in the negative? Because you can learn things that you might view as negative. You just have that information now. Is there anything that pops up to you as like, yeah, that's kind of negative? Because one of those is like, hey, those cornerbacks that you drafted and hope that they would end up impacting, doesn't look like they're impacting really. Like, Nashawn Wright will play special teams for you. That's
Kelvin
one thing
Joseph
you do know.
struggled this camp
But
as well.
Those guys, when it comes to lining up in their positions that they are labeled on the roster, hasn't been there in the way that you were hoping and anticipating for, and that's really tough to see for those guys, for Nashawn Wright and Kelvin Joseph.
And on the offensive side, I can't trust this wide receiver core as far as I can throw them, other than CeeDee Lamb, because that to me. And then we talked about how much Dak Prescott is going to be in command of this offense. He's going to be throwing to a bunch of dudes who don't have a lot of experience. And Jalen Tolbert is going to have to step up as a first-year player out of South Alabama, third-round player.
Fun belt.
He's going to have to be able to step up quickly for this team. And if he can come along, it's funny. Somebody mentioned earlier today that it feels like there's more expectations on Jalen Tolbert in his rookie year than it was on Michael Gallup. And that's unfair to Jalen Tolbert.
Oh, yeah.
And while I definitely agree with the sentiment, this is the position that they've put themselves in by moving on from Amari Cooper. So now you're depending on young players like him to have an impact where normally you wouldn't necessarily have to depend on a third-round player to have the kind of impact that he needs to, but that's what the Cowboys have to have in terms of this offense, and he's going to have to be a significant part of that this year.
I had a follow-up question there, but I feel like it might be better suited for our next segment.
Okay. Well, coming up next on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan, the managing editor of the Cowboys Wire for USA Today, KD Drum, is going to join us next on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station.
and leasing programs for every make and model, Autoflex will find the vehicle you want at a payment you can afford. Don't overpay for your next vehicle. Call Autoflex today at 234-1234. That's 234-1234. Save money. Lease better at Autoflex.
You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckreg.com.
So get right with Reggie KG on 105 through the fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, my man Larry Flores holding down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey app. We are also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. Right now, though, we go to the Diamond Factory hotline where we welcome in friend of 105.3 The Fan. He is the managing editor for the Cowboys Wire for USA Today. You can find him on Twitter at KD Drummond NFL. His name, of course, is KD Drummond. KD, welcome to the 2022 NFL season, sir. How are you?
All right. How's it going, fellas?
Hey, we doing all right. KD, a lot of people in this time slot are used to hearing you. However, we haven't had you on, so I'm going to treat this like this is the first opportunity we've had. You co-host a podcast called Catch This Fade with our friend Patrick Walker, our mutual friend. So I'm going to give you opportunity. In what ways are you better than Patrick Walker?
Well, for the people that don't know, I basically broke Patrick Walker's career. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have ascended to the heights that he's achieved. Now, in all honesty, Patrick's a great friend, very proud of the moves that he's made. Obviously, he's the newest feature writer, reporter for DallasCowboys.com. But yeah, we do host Catch This Fade. It's available on Patreon.com. Really one of the, in my estimation, humble brag, one of the best podcasts that's out there to cover the Cowboys, because we bring a little bit more than just covering the Cowboys. We bring our own personalities to it. We talk about a lot of stuff. Obviously, we're rivals when it comes to baseball. I am a fan of the Nationals. He's a fan of some team down, in Georgia or whatever, I guess.
And you put some respect on the Braves. They done walk down the Mets just about now.
Oh, my goodness, man. They are living their best life right now, and I can't hate it because we're in a rebuild.
Who said?
But actually, yeah, I can't hate it.
There
I
you
hate
go.
it a lot. It really bothers me. But I'm trying to be diplomatic on air, so But yeah, so we have a lot of fun on our show. We go back and forth all the time, and we try to give the best Cowboys coverage that there is out there.
Well, speaking of that Cowboys coverage, what do you make of how the Cowboys have gone about their business of establishing who the left guard is going to be on this team when it comes to Connor McGovern and the rookie out of Tulsa, Tyler Smith?
You would assume, based on everything that's been reported from the men on the ground and the ladies on the ground, that Tyler Smith has been more impressive through OTAs, through training camp than Connor McGovern. But for whatever reason, whether it be motivational, which is what I suspect it to be, Mike McCarthy just simply refuses to name Tyler Smith as a starter. He said so in today's press conference that if the season were to start today, it would be Connor McGovern. And, no shade towards Connor. He obviously didn't get the job done last year when he had an opportunity to step in for Connor Williams, who is now departed and down in Miami playing center. But Connor McGovern has done a good job in the past of filling in on the right side for Zach Martin. When Zach Martin kicked outside to tackle or when he was injured, Connor McGovern came in and played well on the right side. But I think that's his dominant side. That's my biggest concern. Tyler Smith has had some penalties. He's had some missteps, but he is an absolute manimal when it comes to mauling guys in the run game. And if the Cowboys are truly going to make a transition from the heavy passing to more of a balanced offense, similar to what they had in 2016 during Zeke and Dak's rookie season and, a little bit in 2017, if they're going to make that transition to be a team that does focus on the run as much as they focus on the pass, I would rather have Tyler Smith in there because we've seen what he can do. He's absolutely dominated people. Again, rookie mistakes, you get those all the time. And it's not as if Connor McGovern has been bad in the preseason games, but we just haven't seen him extensively on that left side to be able to know. So, of course, you tip your hat and you say, okay, well, these guys see them every day in practice. But the reports from the guys that we trust, the Bobby Belts of the world, and we hear that it looks like Tyler is doing better than Connor has been. So I'm a little bit nervous, not as nervous as I am about this latest report that Teron Smith went down in practice today. That makes me a little bit more nervous because, what we've seen out of Josh Ball so far. So the offensive line is still a work in progress for the Cowboys.
KD, even considering, let's try and pretend like we didn't learn that news about 30 minutes ago. Because you mentioned the idea of this team being more balanced or at least, running heavier than they did last season. What's your outlook on that, especially considering this was a team that didn't run the ball particularly effectively in the second half of the season and, considering the depth that they seem to not have on that offensive line?
Yeah, it's a risk. I do know that when Ezekiel Elliott was healthy last year, which was the first 4.5 games of the season, he actually injured himself in week 4. He injured his knee and then played through it the rest of the season. He looked like Ezekiel Elliott of old. Let me backtrack on that. He didn't have the home run ability that he had during his first couple of years, but he was averaging over 5 yards carry. Was clearly getting the job done as a RB1 for the Cowboys. Then the knee injury happened. Tony Pollard, they stopped doing the whole 2 backs in the backfield thing that I think worked so well in the first month of the season. Later on, Tony Pollard had his foot issue, and everybody really around the running game was injured, but they kept plugging along. But I would more so attribute the downfall of the running game to all of the offensive linemen getting injured, the threat of Dak running, scrambling went away after the calf injury. Again, Elliott's knee, Pollard's foot. I just think that those were the bigger factors in the Cowboys not being able to run last year. So from the perspective of, okay, well, everybody is relatively healthy, knock on wood, Teron Smith comes back and is good to go by week 1. If the offensive line is healthy and the rest of the run game is healthy, I don't have a problem with them going there because I think that the Cowboys have enough dynamic playmakers in CeeDee Lamb. Now you're adding Kevontae Turpin, Tony Pollard with his ability to, split out wide, play in the slot. I think that the creativity of Kellen Moore. Now, Kellen Moore is creative when it comes to individual plays. He needs to work. Hopefully this year he'll improve on a game plan, stringing plays together, setting things up so that he doesn't kind of get confounded when defensive has answers for some of the things he does. But I think the pieces are there that the Cowboys can be a run-heavy team and still surprise people and still be explosive when they do take the shots downfield.
KD Drummond, managing editor of the Cowboys Wire for USA Today, joining us right here on the Get Right with Reg and KG on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. As this team gets ready for this upcoming year, obviously a lot of talk has been about the offensive line. But other than that, what concerns you most about this team going into this upcoming season?
I'd be remiss if we didn't mention the wide receiver depth. I think that training camp is one thing, regular season is another. So while some of these stories are great about what we're seeing about Aldosimi and Dennis Houston, the UDFA, and Noah Brown is having the best camp of his career, I get worried that what happens when the lights come on, that these things don't continue. It's a big jump from training camp and playing against cornerbacks who you see every day for your entire career, and you get to know their tendencies, and they know yours, and, it's a little bit of back and forth, but you can get wins against guys you're familiar with a little bit differently than when you're playing against other teams. And when you're familiar with the defensive scheme, no matter how many wrinkles Dan Quinn has, the receivers know how the corners are going to play them. So I always take a grain of salt down with swallowing the idea that these receivers are all going to have career years. And that's basically what you're predicting. A guy that barely got any offensive snaps last year in Fehoko is now going to be a contributor. A guy who nobody thought was worthy of being drafted in Houston is now going to be a contributor. Noah Brown, who's never, I don't believe he's ever scored a touchdown. He might have one or two. He's going to be a major factor. Like, these things worry me. My biggest concern is the fact that they're in some shape, form, or fashion relying on Michael Gallup to come back healthy. And, yeah, he might be back early in the season. They haven't put him on reserve PUP yet to indicate that he might be ready to go in the first month of the season. But will he be able to be what Michael Gallup was before the ACL injury? History has shown us that guys can come back from an ACL in 9 months, but they're not back to who they really were before that. So the holes at wide receiver beyond CD, that really worries me about this offense, which, again, ties into the fact that the Cowboys might not have a choice in going run heavy to start the year while some of these guys try to come along and hopefully catch fire by the end of the season.
Yeah, Katie, I mean, how concerning is it, and maybe this is just like an overall structural issue for the Cowboys, how concerning is it that it feels like so much of the optimistic side or the positive side of what the Cowboys outcome can be is based on like these hopes, right? Hope that your offensive line will stay healthy. Hope that these young guys will produce. Hope that, the offensive coordinator will string together a fully fledged offense. Hope
a lot of hopium, a lot of hopium now.
It feels like there's a lot of things that's being based on the hope that things go right. And in a game that is a war of attrition and that we have seen frequently not be 100% okay.
Normally I'd be that guy. I'd say tie my arm off, tap it for the vein and inject me with that opium. That's not me this year. I'm concerned. I don't think – I said it since the offseason. The moves that the Cowboys have made, the decisions that they've made have indicated that they believe they're good enough as it stands to win the NFC East. And you get in the playoffs, you have a home game in the wild card, even though it didn't work out that way last year, the only wild card home team to lose. You have a chance to go somewhere in the playoffs. But whether or not they were willing to invest in this regime – to sacrifice some cap flexibility. The cap isn't a lie. It's not a myth, but you can generally maneuver your way around it. But the Cowboys clearly said they want to carry cap space into the offseason, into next offseason, so that they're in the best position to be able to retain the services of guys that are up for extensions. CeeDee Lamb and Trevon Diggs are both going to be eligible for long-term extensions, and the way it's looking, those are going to be very high-value contracts. The Cowboys made a decision that Amari Cooper was not impactful enough to give up the chance to gain that $16 million that can go towards future contracts. Whether that's the right decision or not, we'll have to see. But to me, it signals that they aren't all in on 2022, and they're more so eyeing their flexibility to, the balance of, are we trying to do everything we can to win right now, or are we trying to keep our competitive window open for years to come? I think that balanced a little bit more towards future goals, with the idea that Mike McCarthy was brought in because he has Super Bowl pedigree. The first year was a mulligan because of the pandemic and all the injuries that they suffered. Last year, it seemed like it was going great. They they started the year Super Bowl contenders all the way up until Dak got his calf injured. Then they kind of floundered down the stretch, had a couple big 50-point outbursts that kept the offense at the top of the rankings, even though it wasn't that good. And then they fell flat with Mike McCarthy admitting that the team was not prepared. They were nervous in the wild card game. Like, that's your job, dude. So the front office basically said, we're not going to spend everything that we can. We're not going to throw all of our eggs in one basket, all of our chips, push all our chips to the middle of the table with this regime. We're just going to see if you can do it with what you have. And if not, then we have the added flexibility of the cap space, the draft picks, and all of that for whatever coach we're ready to bring in next year. I just think the Cowboys are hedging their bets, and I don't know how well that's going to turn out at the end of the season.
You can find him on the Catch This Fade podcast with co-host Patrick Walker of DallasCowboys.com, and he's also the managing editor of the Cowboys Wire for USA Today. You can find him on Twitter at KD Drummond NFL. His name is KD Drummond. KD, appreciate the time as always, sir. Looking forward to more and many conversations this season with regards to America's team, sir.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Always a pleasure.
And remember, when you hear, you can talk that talk. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know. It's for me too. Preseason for me too, guys.
That's right. That's right. There he goes, KD Drummond of the Cowboys Wire of USA Today. Good enough to join us right here via the Diamond Factory Hotline on the Get Right with Reg and KG. Coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL. You won't believe this Terrell Owens piece of news today. Will you believe it or not? I'll share it with you next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt is in for Choppy, and let's see if I can three-peat at 7:40 with Name That athlete. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
This is Sean Shreve. I'm sitting here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking about the market's volatility and just how much people have lost. So what's to come now, Jeff?
I certainly don't want to be a doomsayer, but I believe there's some more pain to come. Pain at the pump, pain with rising prices, and some more pain within the stock market.
So what should people do?
Well, I've always been an advocate for Core and Explore. The core is the portion of your investments that are safe. And I'm not talking bonds. I'm talking guaranteed against loss with upside potential, which bonds are not. The Explore is the portion you can risk and is considered long-term. Many firms only focus on Explore and lose people way too much money in times like these.
If you don't have a Core and Explore strategy, be prepared for more pain. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth. They have 3 convenient locations here. Call 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Paid endorsement.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
It's all in the details. From remodeling the office or setting up your home office, Dallas Desk knows details. It's what we do. From space planning and design through delivery and installation. We also know that every office is unique, every business is different, and no 2 budgets are alike. That's why we carry top brands like Aspen Home and Via, as well as gently used office furniture. Dallas Desk is all about the details, from beginning to end. Tell Dallas Desk what you do, and they'll do the rest. DallasDesk.com.
Hi! Football season is here at Baby Dolls. Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. We serve top-shelf liquor, great wine selections, and have private rooms available. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. Plus stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from open to 10 p.m. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
What seems to be the problem, my dehydrated damsel in distress?
The problem? Seriously? It's so hot brown is the new green. It's so hot I cut the pants off my pantsuit. It's so hot squirrels are icing their nuts.
Simmer down, melting maiden, for Specs wines, spirits, and finer foods will frost your flute with a shiver-inducing selection of ice-cold cocktails and frigid fermentations. Everything from frozen mixers to hundreds of ice-cold beers and the chilliest of chilled Chardonnays. How feels the Ice Queen now?
Specs' Arctic abundance of chilled choices has transformed this lady's Hades into a Siberian soiree. I need to raise a glass just to stay toasty.
You certainly put the zing in freezing. And with Specs' low prices, you'll have plenty of cold hard cash to keep you warm. You're welcome. Specs wines, spirits, and finer foods. Cheers to savings.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G and America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and QIOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
AutoZone. Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
O'Reilly.
For
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Fan, along with Airview AC, is proud to support the 21st Annual Guns and Hoses Boxing Tournament. Police versus fire in the ring in an all-night Donnybrook, Saturday evening, September 10th at the Allen Event Center. Help us support our first responders. Get your tickets today at 1053thefan.com/boxing.
If you are in need of traffic control or barricade rental, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It's Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. It's buyersbarricade.com.
On the TroyBet.com text line 877-881-1053 from the 402. Reggie KG, you guys look badass on my 72-inch TV. Ready to ride with y'all for tonight. Appreciate you on the twitch.tv.
Put us on the TV.
/Dallas Fan Cam. Kevin Gray, Reginald Attitude,
right.
Larry Flores on the down for you. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. We appreciate the managing editor of the Cowboys Wire, Katie Drummond, for joining us last segment via the Diamond Factory Hotline. If you missed anything during our 4-hour show, make sure you hit that rewind button on the Odyssey app. And you can also listen to any segment of our show by visiting 105throughthefan.com, clicking on the podcast page. And you can listen to any segment throughout the course of our 4-hour show as well. An hour from now, we will be joined by G-Bag Nation's own Brian Broaddus. He'll give us a report live from the Star at Frisco where things are wrapping up. It appears out at the Star. Good news, it appears, on Tyron Smith with respect to his injury that he suffered during practice. Is coming from Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News. Tyron Smith left the facility walking without a discernible limp following his practice exit. Left guard Connor McGovern in the locker room saying, quote, "He gave me a nice reassuring grunt like he usually does," end quote. Okay. So sounds like things are okay for the moment when it comes to all-pro left tackle Tyron Smith. More on that when we talk to Brian Broaddus a little bit later on as the show goes on. Larry, let's go around the National Football League right here on 105 through the Fan on the Get Right with Reggie KG. And we start with this. Okay, so Terrell Owens currently obviously not in the NFL.
Hall of Famer.
Pro Football Hall of Famer.
That's right.
One of the greatest wide receivers to ever play the game, Skip Bayless.
The godfather of this celebration thing. Like, I feel like that might not be fair, but also I feel like it's also fair, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Like, there's definitely people that was doing this before. You know, Merton Hanks had the chicken neck, and I don't know why Merton Hanks was the first one that came to mind, but there's people that have done celebrations.
That got on my nerves so much that Merton Hanks.
I'm sure it did. I'm certain it did.
Neck thing is just ridiculous.
But
whatever.
Like the way that T.O. did it, he did it special. He did it something. So like he brought this thing to a different level. Anyways, that's not the point. You were saying?
Well, there's a video going around here, and I tweeted it out at Kevin Gray Sports. There's a video circulating that Terrell Owens today got out on a track at 48 years of age, and Larry ran what is supposed to be apparently a 4.3840. Now, wait a minute. 48 years old. Now, here's the wild part about this video. The dude who's like
hand timed, right?
He's like running alongside this person, alongside Terrell Owens. I don't know if he's like trying to film this or if
this wasn't filmed from a static location. He ran with him.
I think someone is timing him, but there's also a gentleman to his right that's like running alongside him with what looks like to be a phone or a camera of some sort. I don't know if he's timing him, if that's a watch or whatever. But anyway, the reported time was 40 for the 40-yard dash, 4.38 seconds. To which I say, come on, man.
But this is the thing, right?
Man.
This is the thing that I find interesting.
48.
Even if like the hand timing, it's unofficial. They gave him the little, home field, late start, early stop. What do you think is the margin of error here? 0.2?
Okay.
Because if you tell me that 48-year-old, 0.21. All right. If you tell me 48-year-old Terrell Owens is running a 4.58, I'm still impressed.
Like that's
I'm
insane.
still impressed.
Like
so,
yeah, from the 972 hand time, so you got to add 0.21.
all right, let's
cool.
say
All right.
4.59, 4.6.
48 years old, running a 4.59.
I'm still with it.
That's insane. He always has said since he retired, like, I can still play. I mean, if you look at the physical shape that Terrell Owens is in, I mean, I don't necessarily doubt him.
Well, this is the thing, right? Running fast and playing football aren't exactly the same.
Of course, but
right? Like
you know.
all of the knocks, all of the change in direct. Because this is the thing, right? As a newly inducted old person.
Oh wow, you're ready to take it there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm feeling
right.
it. This is the reason why I say it. It's like it's not the like
hopeless for the rest of us. Then good
yeah,
gracious.
that's the thing. I'm feeling it. It's like it's the joints. It's the like sudden changes of movement. It's the up from the couch, right? No, I can still move pretty fast. It's just not as fast as I used to, and I'm not 48 years old, right? So you get what I'm saying? Like I imagine for Terrell Owens, it's the planting your foot in the ground. It's the
not according to this video. Good gracious,
maybe not, right? But my thing about it is like this is once. I wonder if like you got to do this 5 times a week, with one of these ones being the other team doesn't like you and wants to knock you out, right? Like I wonder if doing all that. But look, if there was a 48-year-old that I would put some money down on would be the most likely 48-year-old to get out here and do it. Yeah, I put some money on Terrell Owens.
I just marveling at the idea that a man who's nearly 50 years old is running, you know, an unofficial 4.38. You know, if you want to add the 0.2,
let's say a 4.6, yeah.
4.6. That's still incredibly insane.
And the fact that he got through his career. You know, he had his injuries, right? You know, most notably in the Super Bowl and stuff like that. But the fact that he got through his career and now he's into his 40s and still able to he's by all looks of it, doesn't look like he's feeling hobbling. You know, we remember Roy Williams was the one that broke his ankle, broke his knee or whatever it was. That's impressive to me.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point, Larry, because this sport can be brutal on the human body. So it seems like he's gotten through mostly. All right. Yeah, no, my whole point was just to let everybody know my ankles hurt. So.
Red's ankles hurt. By the way, we don't talk about that enough, what Terrell Owens did to get back to the Eagles to play in that Super Bowl off that broken leg that he had in the time frame that he did it in and the dominant game that he had against the New England Patriots. That's the only time I ever stop down and say something good about the Eagles. That is what Terrell Owens did that night against the New England Patriots. A heroic performance that I don't think gets talked about enough.
That's not even my favorite get back from injury to play in a Super Bowl story, though. You remember when Thomas Davis did that in 2015? He broke his arm in the conference championship game and then played in the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And he's a linebacker.
Yeah. I forgot about that. That's very true.
I will never forget that because I was like, are you insane? Do you know how long it would take me to get back to work if I broke my arm? And I work in radio.
Just your reminder that football players are a different breed. Speaking of different, Pete Carroll had this to say today. Quote, "We may have 2 number ones," end quote. Said Pete Carroll about his quarterback competition that involves Geno Smith and Drew Lock.
Your boy.
Hashtag MIZZOU, Drew Lock, for sure.
Oh, is this? I think this would be another opportunity for me and KG to have a little friendly rivalry because I've often said this is the year that Geno Smith
puts it all together.
I don't even know if I believe it at this point.
Of course you don't.
It's fun saying.
Are you kidding me?
Like I'm really excited to see Geno Smith play football, and then I guarantee that excitement will clear up in about the third quarter.
You'll get plenty of them tomorrow night or on Friday night.
No, like real football. Like, let me get to week 1 and then see if I can like keep drumming this up. I want to see how long in the season I can keep the fake enthusiasm for the Geno Smith experience. Because I do think that he will end up starting in this.
Oh boy.
Which look, I get it. It's tough, but I do think that he will get this job, but not because he's no number 1 or Drew Lock's no number 1. Like sometimes I wonder, because we all understand there's some situations in your life where you just gotta lie, right? Technically, lying is bad, right? Y'all both have young children, young daughters that you have to tell, the things that, without the caveats that we all understand in real life. You have to tell them lying is bad, you shouldn't lie. Except we all understand there are points in life where you just gotta tell that lie. It's just gotta happen, right? It's just what we have to do. And I feel like this might be one of those situations where you kind of have to lie, but you don't have to lie that big.
See, but here's the thing. But you ain't got to lie to us because you're the only one trying to convince yourself that the quarterback room that you have is legitimate, because it's not with Geno Smith and Drew Lock.
Well, no, he's not lying to us. He also has to lie to that locker room, because it's the thing. You can't be getting out here telling dudes to run into these car crashes and telling them, yeah, no, what we've got at quarterback is suboptimal. Yeah, people don't really like doing that.
DK Metcalf ain't stupid. He looking around like one of these two dudes is going to be throwing me passes this season. Yep, that's why I made sure I got all my money the way that I need to get it, the way that I got it. So good luck with that DK Metcalf and what he's doing out there, because that quarterback situation ain't it.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
Oh, says Pete Carroll on a daily basis, looking at the room that has Drew Lock and Geno Smith in it as his quarterbacks. Speaking of quarterbacks, quote, any scenario is possible.
Anything is possible,
says Kyle Shanahan about Jimmy Garoppolo possibly remaining on the San Francisco 49ers after the 53-man roster cut. To which I say, really? After all of this, you done kept him away from the team, and now there's a possibility that you keep Jimmy Garoppolo on your roster as you get ready to start this season?
So that they can still trade him. And I mean, like, also, if we're being honest, he's still a good back. Like, he's a very good backup quarterback. Right? Like, he's a very good backup quarterback. We don't want to just let that go. And, some team might need a quarterback at some point in the season with the injuries and the way that the football goes. They might come knocking and actually want to get him. Why would we put him out on the front porch?
Well, T's have been waiting for the 49ers just to outright cut him.
Yeah. And that's why you keep him. Y'all can wait a little longer. Or you could come give me some. Let me get this second round pick or something. You know what I mean?
Don't worry, 972. Reg, KG, y'all know basketball and baseball.
We do?
We get, hey, they think we do.
Cool.
You get 1 to 2 days. Look, hey, we gonna talk plenty. We're gonna talk some basketball. Just hang out with us for a little while, 972. That's why you got to hang out for the entire 4 hours of our show.
Time for football.
Yeah, we got plenty for you here as we go around the NFL right here on 105 through the Fan.
Football.
Joe Burrow is back. He's to fully participate with the Rams. And they also got Jesse Bates back, who signed his franchise tag as well.
Are they practicing? Are the Bengals and Rams practicing together this week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's so weird, because I get it. Teams are practicing together, but you said the words, Joe Burrow is back practicing with the Rams, and I was like, did I miss something?
Yeah, they're going to be practicing against the Rams.
Thanks.
It looks like. Jesse Bates signed his franchise tag. He's back with the Bengals as well, as he is going to be on the franchise tag this upcoming year. I like this from the 214. They both number one because they're both number twos.
Together, they're number two. Yeah, I get that.
Talking about the Seattle Seahawks quarterback situation. And finally, unfortunately, we say goodbye to a legend today. Lynn Dawson passing away today at the age of 87. The former Super Bowl MVP who helped the Kansas City Chiefs win their first ever Super Bowl passed away today at the age of 87. Personal for me, I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri. Once Lynn Dawson transitioned out of football, became a longtime sportscaster in the Kansas City area for a long time for KNBC News. And I actually grew up watching Lynn Dawson throughout my youth, and he was a mainstay in the Kansas City sports area.
And there's a local tie. He played for the team when they were still the Dallas Texans.
That's right.
So, I mean, was a Dallas player at one point.
So the Hall of Famer passing away today at the age of 87. And Shaquem Griffin retiring after 4 years in the National Football League.
Hey, man, the man was able to say that he did it, right? He played at the NFL level. All whatever be damned, he played at the NFL level for 4 solid seasons. So that's awesome.
Penned a self-written post in the Players Tribune titled Plan A, but he's not leaving the NFL, but just retiring from playing the game. Plan A for me was always to help people, Griffin said on Wednesday. Not knowing how it was going to look, not knowing how it was going to come about, but I always want to pave the way to help anybody, end quote. So congratulations to Shaquem Griffin on his retirement.
Yes, sir. What is it? Harley Moralstar on Twitch. I hope I said that right. Apparently they said when you said legend, they thought you were going to talk about Troy Hughes. So
Oh.
Which is completely different than Len Dawson. Like, those were very different
Yes,
stories.
very different. But that's your trip around the National Football League right here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys draft and development plan can work, but they appear to be at least one move away, why history says that the Cowboys won't be a Super Bowl contender. We'll tell you why next on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7.
Money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
The Cowboys draft and development plan can work, but are they at least one move away from true Super Bowl contention? While history says they might be. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, my man Larry Flores holding it down for you on this Wednesday night edition here on 105.3 The Fan. The TruckRate.com text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation coming up in 39 minutes. G-Bag Nation's own Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus is going to join us to give us a recap on what he saw during practice tonight as the Cowboys get ready for their final preseason game on Friday night, which can be heard right here on your home of the Cowboys 105 through the Fan when they welcome in Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, and the Seattle Seahawks for their final preseason game before we get to the real stuff in a couple of weeks for America's team when they welcome in Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This coming from ESPN's Todd Archer.
What is that?
What?
What was that you just did?
ESPN's Todd Archer.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Since when?
Since whenever. Anyway, okay. Tyron Smith is likely to get an MRI on his left knee after leaving practice early tonight. Smith went down with minimal contact on a running play and left for the locker room. He has been slow for a little bit in camp by an ankle injury. The part that concerns me, Smith went down with minimal contact on a running play and left for the locker room. So that's the latest update when it comes to Tyron Smith, who is likely to get an MRI on his left knee after leaving practice early tonight as the Cowboys continue their preparation for Friday's preseason game.
Cool. Right? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with it? Because he walked off. He had no brace. It's cool. Except now we got to look at his knee. And I might be wrong. You know, sometimes my brain can't hold the many injuries of Tyron Smith. But
that's shade.
Knee, yes, it is. Knee is a new one, ain't it? Right? Like we've had ankle, we've had back, we've had neck. Was knee one that we've had before?
I mean, we could be forgetting because, as you mentioned, the various amount of injuries that he's had throughout his career, it's hard to keep up with. But what's concerning is that it was with minimal contact. That is not what you want to hear when it comes to the big man having to possibly get and likely to get an MRI on his left knee. We'll have more.
Before we move forward on that, we did have someone talk about it like, all right, well, now you move Tyler Smith to left tackle. And I don't know if that's, I mean.
You heard about what your man Mike McCarthy said earlier about that today. Did you hear what he said?
No. Did he talk about fantasy football again?
Oh, he said your man Josh Ball is the leading candidate to be your swing tackle on this football team as of right now.
Yeah, but there's no other candidates.
You're making my point.
Okay. Yeah, because one thing I will say is, to be fair to him, Tyler ain't swinging nowhere. He's playing on the left side. That's the understanding. But like we did have someone text in earlier, and I apologize because I'm not going to go back and find the number. It was like an hour ago. But they texted about the idea that, well, I mean, Tyler Smith, go back to playing left tackle, and then Connor McGovern, and boom, you've had the solution. Maybe this is what they were playing for the whole time, with both of them playing first team snaps at left guard. And my answer is no. Like, Tyler Smith very intentionally was only played at left guard. To simplify it for him, he hasn't played left tackle at this level. And of course, like, he hasn't played any professional games yet necessarily, but they've worked him at left guard because they want him to be a left guard for the time being. They did not want him doing all those things. So putting him out there at left tackle is almost asking for a bad time. And like, yes, he has some natural ability, but the thing about it is, a left tackle, that's you out there solo dolo, and against the edge rushers of the world who are really capable of making this tough on you. So like, I don't think that'd be something that they want to do. Now, of course, want to is really tough if you're talking about Tyron being out and Josh Ball being your only real respite. But I don't know that like that is as easy peasy a solution as we might have once thought it was.
Look, man, all I know is that when I start to look at what this team is going to be dealing with those first couple of weeks of the season, they're going to be seeing the likes of Vita Vea, Shaquille Barrett, Trey Hendrickson, when we're talking about the Bucs and the Bengals those first couple of weeks of the season. This offensive line is going to be put to the test early and often.
But maybe we jumping off sides. Maybe it's nothing.
Well, they can't tell me the importance of this offensive line and then not be concerned if you're a supporter of this team when your all-pro left tackle is going to have an MRI on his left knee. Hopefully that will confirm that there isn't much to be concerned about when it comes to Tyron Smith and his left knee. Why history suggests, though, Reg, that this Cowboys football team may not be the Super Bowl contender that they feel like they are, given the team that they have going into this upcoming season. This comes from our good buddy John Machota of The Athletic. The Cowboys draft and development plan can work, but they appear to be at least one move short. Now, Machota goes to a little bit of a history lesson for us when it comes to this team, what they did this offseason relative to what they had last year, but also what this team has done previously in free agency years and the lack of free agents that they've signed, going all the way back, of course, to 2012 when they signed Jermaine Brandon Carr to a 5-year, $50 million deal back in 2012. But history suggests, Reg, that you've got to make at least one move of significance in the offseason if you're going to be in true contention for a Super Bowl championship. He points to even the last 3 Cowboys teams to win a Super Bowl had defensive end, of course, Charles Haley, who they traded a second and a third-round pick for in 1992. And then in 1995, when they signed Deion Sanders to a 7-year, $35 million deal, Stephen Jones. That is when the Cowboys were making moves and still competing for championships. So is this team a true Super Bowl contender without the lack of without the moves that they've made this free agency period and in this offseason?
No, and some of it is what we've talked about already early on in the show. It just feels like, what would we be talking about for like the first 5 minutes of this segment? It feels like if something goes wrong, there's not enough to weather that, and that's the nature of football. Like, this is a war of attrition. You've now moved this to a 17-game regular season. You have to win, 3 or 4 games in the postseason, and like there's just a very thin margin for error, and that is even thinner now because of like the possibility that you cannot withstand a very big amount of games lost when it comes to like from players that matter on this team. I found it really interesting, this write-up that John Machota did, which, I mean, he does incredible work, let's be honest, because it wasn't just in the context of the Cowboys. He went and really broke this down from the historical context of the last decade of Super Bowl champions, and maybe not in the immediate offseason preceding, but having a big-ticket player on the team, at least one, that either came through free agency or a big trade with using draft capital. And some of these I think are a little shaky. I'm not gonna lie, but like a majority of them matter, right? Like having a big ticket player that that you've gotten from the outside, or from outside of your program, your development arm. It seems to perpetuate itself. Now, I wonder how much of that is just like that's the way that a lot of people in the NFL work. So this is like maybe confirmation bias necessarily. But it's there. And if you choose to view it as such, it's really easy to be viewed that way, that a team that has made a major move in one of these avenues has gotten things done. And that's, and I mean, like, it makes sense. It's one of the 3 ways that you can get players. It would make sense that you utilize all 3. The Cowboys have seemed to be really hell-bent on really focusing on one way to develop their team. And I don't know if it means that you can't be a Super Bowl contender, but I just think that it narrows the margins. And I'll use that phrase a lot, and I know that it gets tiring, but it matters. Like, the whole idea of what you're doing as a team builder, you're not playing on the field. Your job is to make it so that when they play on the field, they have maximum possibility of being successful. And the different ways that you narrow your viewpoint narrow that margin of error for them. And I think that some of that is what you're doing here, because they've been so focused on we want to draft and develop. And yes, there are your benefits to doing that, right? Contracts are a little bit easier to navigate. You're not necessarily having to overpay outside players, although we could talk about
control, we
could talk about the ways that you might overpay players from the interior, right? But we don't have to talk about that right now. But the fact of the matter is that does limit the ways that you can acquire talent. And in this instance, you're seeing maybe some of the downsides of focusing so narrowly on that one way to build your team, because it seems like you have some places that are not holes on your team, are weak spots that could be exposed with misfortune.
And that's what I've always said about this team in terms of the way that they go about team building, because ideally, yes, you want to draft, develop, and pay your own homegrown talent, but you can't exclusively build your roster that way and expect to win big in this league. Even the teams that have gone through that kind of process still understand that you've got to be smart with the free agent signings that you have to address weaknesses on your football team that not only allow your team to possibly get over the hump, but still extend a possible window that leaves for championship years to still be open for. Even when you look at Mike McCarthy's teams with the Green Bay Packers, you think about 2007 and 2010 when they had Charles Woodson, whom they signed back in 2006 for a 7-year, $53 million deal. Then in 2014 and 2016 for the Green Bay Packers, they had Julius Peppers, who had signed a deal for 3 years, $30 million in 2014. We're talking about the 4 times that Mike McCarthy took his teams to NFC championship games. Those teams went out and signed free agents that address needs for them, whether it be in the secondary or in the case of Julius Peppers on the defensive line. And then you just look down, even the last 3 years, obviously last year with the Los Angeles Rams and the all-in mentality that they went in on, trading for Matthew Stafford. Obviously, they had traded for Jalen Ramsey, previously, bringing in Von Miller. Even the the Cincinnati Bengals, they went out and signed Trey Hendrickson, who was a massive part of their improvement on their defensive line.
Yeah, I did find that interesting in this, and we could run through many of years, but I don't know if necessarily it's great radio, just reading off names. However, he has it where not only Super Bowl champion, but the runner-up, both Super Bowl contenders have a player that maybe fits into the mold of the idea of going and getting a big-ticket piece for your team through either the avenue of free agency or trade. And I guess the closest you would have had to that was Amari Cooper, who would have fit squarely in that, but you decided to move away from him for what we have speculated to a few different reasons or a few different possibilities, which is maybe, to have more vocal presence, or maybe, the cost benefit analysis of maybe he costs too much for what you're ultimately getting. But that either way, it seems like they have decided to go through draft, develop, and then supplement through bargain free agent signings.
And here's the thing for me going forward here for this team is they have to be willing to participate in the first and second weeks of free agency if they feel like this is a team that can have a kind of championship window based on the young talent that they have that they're going to be paying. You're talking about a Micah Parsons, a Trayvon Diggs, and others who are going to be up for massive contract extensions. And if you think these are the guys that are going to be the core and the foundation of your team for the next 5 to 6 years, you feel like now you have to participate, because in order to win big in this league, you cannot sit out free agency and think that you're going to eventually win a championship. We've seen too many teams over the last several years be able to get those free agents and then still go on to win big in the NFL.
All right, this is a question for you, and I know I probably waited till too long in this segment to ask it. You used the phrase all in, and the Ringer actually put together an all-in index, if you will, about utilizing salary cap and draft capital used, and ranked teams on how all in they seem to be. And I think the Cowboys ranked 18th in the league. And when was the last time that the Cowboys felt like they had pushed their chips all in? Because I think some of the difficulty with the Cowboys, it feels like they're playing for now and the future at the same time, all the time. And I think you need to find, there is going to be an ebb and flow now, mind you. There's going to be an ebb and flow of when you push in, that at some point you're going to have to pay the reaper on those things, and then you might flow back where you're in a place where you can't afford to be in on the game, right? But this feels like, to take the poker metaphor fully, like they're always anteing up, but they're never really putting enough chips to see this all the way through the river. And I don't think that's the way to, that's not a way to win yourself a poker game, and it does not feel like that's a way to find yourself in the most important game in the NFL season.
You know what's funny about that? How the Rams have gone about their business now? People keep saying, well, the Rams are eventually going to have to pay for it when it comes to all the free agents that they've gone in on and all the players that they've gone in and paid. Guess what they figured out? Not only have they got a lot of these players under contract for years to come, the salary cap is going to continue to increase. So while you're waiting on the Rams to eventually, quote unquote, pay for it, they're going to continue to remain, it feels like, all in for a while, because they have learned not only how to manipulate the cap to get all these guys signed, but knowing that the cap, while that may not explode the way that, the NFL may have thought it was going to be, but you're still going to see $10 to $12 million increases for the next couple of years. These teams who are smart in how to manipulate the cap are going to continue to take advantage of it. And a team like the Rams seems like they're on the cutting edge of that, it feels
I think more of that is just extending the window. Ultimately, the window will close, but I think what the Rams will what they'll ultimately be able to say when that window is closed and they are licking their wounds, trying to get themselves back to a place where they have an open window.
We might have had 2 or 3 Super Bowl championships by that point.
Got this ring though,
yeah,
right? And I think ultimately
and maybe multiple ones.
That's the trade-off. Is like you have to open a window and decide if you're willing to exist in that window in a full way and hope that you can get the payoff of the ultimate champion or the ultimate reward, which is that championship, which everybody seems to be playing for.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, KD and the Nets are staying married for now. What did we learn from their saga, and how did the Mavericks avoid something like this with Luka Doncic? We'll talk about that next on 105.3 The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Hey, this is Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. The star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys for details. Set up a free in-home consultation and you can lock in this amazing offer for 6 months. Window Nation will show you how over 1 million of our expertly installed, money-saving, double-pane, Energy Star-efficient windows are already rewarding families in over 150,000 homes. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy with no interest payments until 2025. Update your whole home and qualify for a Cowboys jersey and free game tickets. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys today. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
What does true independence look like? For a financial advisor, it's everything. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, here to tell you most financial advisors are not independent and why you should care. Independence allows for diverse investment options and choices that aren't tied to backroom deals. Independence is the ability to always do what's right and have the investment choices to support it. Independence allows Trajan Wealth to be a fiduciary. If your advisor works for a bank, a publicly traded company, or an insurance company, they're not independent. They may like you, you may even like them, but they're not independent. They have a fiduciary duty, all right, but it's to their shareholders. Trajan Wealth isn't owned by a bank. We're not owned by an insurance company, and our fiduciary duty isn't to a board of directors. It's to you. Learn what independence can do. Call 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC and SEC registered investment advisor.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricades is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. ByersBarricades.com.
Serving part-time in the Army National Guard has led to a lot of firsts for me. It paid for me to be the first person in my family to go to school. That education got me to the first day at my dream job, which I can still hold while I serve part-time. That job and the home loan benefits I got from the Army National Guard helped me buy my first house. I also know that I will be one of the first to respond if my community ever needs me.
Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Looking for an awesome career? Tolbert Garage Door is hiring full-time garage door technicians up to $22 an hour with experience. Valid driver's license required, flexible hours, company vehicle. Send resume to Colby at TolbertGarageDoor.com or stop into the Mesquite location Monday through Friday.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's.
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 Reese's. Hey, get out of here, you little stinker.
Reese's.
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 Peanut butter cups.
That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Hey, I got a question for you. You hate bending over to put on your shoes? Wish you could just put them on standing or sitting without ever having to touch them? If so, then I have the shoe for you. Introducing new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. With new Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and off you go. You don't even need to lace up. So how do Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide right into place. So just step in them and go. Find new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Sean Shreve here with DFW Security's Back to School Special. An outdoor camera, a doorbell camera, and a smart door lock with the Smart Hub and Smart Security. 888-594-5018 or DFWSecurity.com, but you got to mention Sean from The Fan.
Friends, is your job recession-proof? Now might be the perfect time to switch careers and become an IT professional with My Computer Career. IT is listed as one of the top recession-proof professions. You could have your dream job in just months, not years. No experience needed. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckreg.com.
KD and the Nets are staying married for now. What did we learn from their drawn-out saga, and what does that mean, and how do the Mavericks avoid something like this for Luka Doncic? Just to get right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan, Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula. My man Larry Flores on the down here for you on your turn it on, leave it on station.
The truckreg.com text line, as we're on the Twitch right now, so you can go to twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, see our faces. And I think that our video was still on during the break, so people got to look at what was happening.
Oh, they saw my face.
And from the 402, we got a text in that said, KG, okay, man? And I asked him the same question, because that man, let me tell you, this man in here looks stressed.
Okay, so before we get to this KD Mavericks conversation here, I'm sorry, KD Nets Mavericks conversation, I don't want people to get misconstrued on that.
Wait, KG just said KD's coming to the Mavericks.
No,
that's what I heard.
No,
that's what it sounded like.
No.
Okay.
In 17 minutes, Brian Broad is going to join us from live from the Star. Okay, so what you may have seen was my reaction on the fan cam.
Mm-hmm.
The video of Tyron Smith going down in a heap with his left knee is starting to circulate on social media. And look, you go see it for yourself. I retweeted it at Kevin Gray Sports. You go see and judge for yourself how that knee looks when he fell down, because he pushed someone and fell down.
It looked like he had his left foot out and it just slipped out in front of him, and he kind of, I don't want to say hyperextended because it wasn't the knee. It feels like he did the splits and he was not prepared to do the splits.
And
that's what it felt like.
And he went down grabbing his left knee. So when they were talking about minimal contact, you'll see on the video what that looks like, and it's starting to make its rounds on social media. And I turned to Reg during the break. I said, I'm so sick of this football team. It seems like it's just one thing after another.
Look, I may not go through the ringer like you, but please believe KG is going through the ringer just like you.
I'm right there with you. We all in this together. We trying to figure out a way to.
And I'll be over here trying to help you pull out. You know what I mean? You don't have to be in there.
You're constantly trying to pull me out.
Don't go there. You don't have to bring up Dez. None of that. Just come on out of there.
Well, you know what does make me happy?
What does?
Basketball.
Hoop. As we are currently watching a little hoop, your Dallas Mavericks at the College Park Center in Arlington, taking on the Connecticut Sun in Game 3, the deciding
Dallas Wings.
Yes. My goodness. Dallas Wings taking on the Connecticut Sun in the deciding game of the first round. They're currently leading 19-15 in the second quarter.
The best of 3 series tied at 1 game apiece. The winner of tonight's decisive Game 3 will go on to the semifinals in the WNBA playoffs. So
yeah, they'll be playing the reigning champion Chicago Sky.
Yeah, and Candace Parker and the greatness that is Candace Parker, as you mentioned, defending WNBA champs.
Reigning.
Yeah. What?
Reigning,
yes. And okay, we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Speaking of basketball, Kevin Durant said, you know what, Joe Tsai, Sean Marks, Steve Nash, let's go ahead and run it back. And by the way, the wildest part about the statement that Kevin Durant put out and the Nets put out together.
It was the Nets put this out on their social media streams. But on it, right, like it was just a plain black background, white text, the Brooklyn Nets logo, and then the boardroom logo, which if you don't know is like KD's production. I don't want to say production company, but it's like
media group,
media company. Yeah.
So yeah,
that's odd.
That's what everybody else is like. That's weird. But the Nets and KD have decided to not get a divorce, at least for now, and at least according to reports, it's not necessarily it's not a ceasefire. It's more so that Kevin Durant is fully committed to coming back to the Nets.
If you say so, dog.
Look, I'm just reporting what's out there and just giving you what's available as of this moment right now.
Yeah, but let's all use our common sense, right?
Oh, yeah, this isn't over by any means.
Well, I don't even know, like, over or not, but the idea that I'm all in now, right? Like, hey, man, you just tried to get out this marriage.
Like, you just tried to... he tried to
get out this marriage,
a whole coup on the front office and the coaching staff.
Nah, baby, I'm back committed. We back in.
He told Joe Tsai it's either me or them two dudes.
Which apparently, according to certain reporting, is that he was just trying to force them to trade him.
Yes, like create enough of a stink to drive down his value so he could get out of there.
But it's all good now, baby. We good. We back together.
Which is a hell of a strategy, by the way, to try and pull off. Like, I'm going to devalue myself by creating unnecessary drama so that people can feel like they can actually trade for me because, as it appears, I'm untradeable based on what's happened so far.
But I do think, I think the question that you ultimately wanted to get to is, like, what did we learn here? And one of the things that we did learn is that in this era where I think people fear, I'm not going to say me, but people fear the idea of players becoming too powerful and ruining the league. You look up and you see, oh no, there are boundaries to this. Like, you have to, it's not even just the entirety of the leverage as you being superstar. You need to have the leverage points of my contract, or, you know, like I need to have a favorable contract where I'm not going to be here and you're going to lose me for nothing. Like, you still need some of those other leverage points in order to make it so that you can, you know, get your will done in this NBA league, regardless of how good you are as a player. And maybe some of that is he's an older player. Like, maybe if he pulls this in, like Jason Tatum tries with a 4-year contract to say, get me out of here, maybe it goes over better. But we do understand that there are boundaries to this. And I think that that's something to be learned, is that if you can lock down a star for long enough, you can make it so that you insulate yourself from this notion or this kind of power play.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I've learned from this whole saga is that communication is key to any good relationship, Reggie. And it feels like the communication between Kevin Durant, the Nets ownership, and their coaching staff, it seems like there were several breakdowns in terms of that communication and the way that they went about ensuring that they were all on the same page. I'm not even going to talk about, you know, Kyrie Irving and his situation because it's completely separate to what I think Kevin Durant has decided to deal with when it comes to requesting a trade and then trying to figure out the best way to move forward here. Because now I start thinking about other superstars in this league, and then I look around and say, oh, there's a superstar right here in Dallas who at 23 years of age has been first team All-NBA 3 out of his first 4 years in the league. And I say, how do the Mavericks avoid a situation like this? Well, you say, Kevin, well, KD is very particular because of how he likes to get down with certain aspects of his business. And maybe Luka isn't necessarily that kind of person, to which I say, all right, cool. But at the same time, he's still a young man that has championship aspirations, and I would think want to do it here in Dallas for the long term.
Oof. So how do you stop Luka from ending up in that same place? Well, again, if you can get him signed up, which currently you have him on that rookie extension, which adds 4 seasons. So you're again in this place where the length of the contract is going to make that somewhat prohibitive. If by the time you end up near the end of this contract, if you can get him back again in that long contract situation, and some of that is making sure that you remain in his good graces, right? I feel like it's weird to say, but make sure that you've built a relationship and endear yourself to this process.
Yes.
I think also still matters in this. Is there a portion of this that you feel like applies to the Mavericks?
And I think for them, they have done the best that they can to ensure that everyone is on the same page, from Cuban to now Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd, everything it appears to be building around this young superstar. And I think what we've talked about previously is that Luka has blown open a window here that I don't think they thought was coming as soon as it has come already. So now, even at the age of 23, how does he influence this organization to continuously put pressure on them to build around him, if that's something that he desires to do? Because he's talked about it in the past that, look, I don't necessarily have, I'm not voicing, personnel things that I would like to see, all of that. I do wonder to a point when that comes, because as he gets further and further into this and gets more and more notoriety into this, he is going to be looked at as not only one of the faces of this league, but also as a guy that should win multiple championships given the amount of superstardom we believe he's going to continue to ascend to when it comes to the rest of his career here.
Yeah. So another way in which I think the Mavericks can avoid some of this, and I guess some of this is just like I'm hyper focusing on what the Brooklyn Nets are dealing with in particular. You got to be real cognizant of the chemistry of the organization.
Yes.
Right? You can't play this as if you are simply dealing with fantasy basketball, so to say. You have to understand, and I also want to be fair to the Nets in some ways. I don't know that you could have entirely anticipated the way that this went, right? Because the way that the COVID-19 pandemic played into this factored in. But yeah, you should have been able to understand that Kyrie came with some of these eccentricities, let's say. And yeah, that's something that happened, although that was kind of a pair that you were dealing with there. So maybe making sure that you have the right coach. And I think that the Mavs have a good part of this, because Steve Nash is somebody who was not long for coaching when he took this job. He did not have a long, robust
never a head coach on any level
of this. And
yes,
there's something to be said for doing that job and having an understanding of the nuances of it. And it seemed like, obviously he was learning on the job, but it seemed like he didn't have a full grasp for all the aspects, and he got thrown into the deep end. Because I like to say
with
that
those two personalities,
exactly, coaching in the NBA at this time, and I think at really any professional level, there's a large part of it that's dealing with personalities, and some would say dealing with egos. And I wonder if he was fully capable of managing that in this situation. Jason Kidd has a little bit of experience, and it seems like he has done a good job of endearing himself to the team, but not just doing that, but earning their respect. And so maybe it's just the makeup of this team makes it so it's easier, but it does seem like they've avoided that pitfall that could come with the Jason Kidd hire that they have.
Because I think the Nets thought that they were getting their version of Steve Kerr. I think they thought with Steve Nash coming in that, okay, we're going to put you with a couple of superstars, and we think that you can manage this because based on your career and the respect that people have for you in this league, we think you could come in and manage this. One thing that Steve Kerr has taught, coaches who are in the position that he was when he first came in, it's not easy to manage all of that. Like what Phil Jackson did, what Steve Kerr has done throughout their career. Like, it's not easy to manage it. And I think for Jason Kidd, and that's a great point about the coaching with Luka Doncic, how does he continuously connect with his superstar to ensure that they are all on the same page? And then how does Jason Kidd communicate that to Nico Harrison and Mark Cuban and say, hey, this is what my superstar needs. This is what he wants. This is how we need to build. And I think if they can do that for the duration of his time here, they can avoid what happened with Kevin Durant asking out, at a particular point because of how he may have felt about the organization coaching-wise or the front office when it came to Sean Marks, who really, I think, has done a good job of building that team even before Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving got there, honestly.
Even still to this point, right? I understand that the feelings of everybody might not be fully repaired as much as everybody wants to be hunky-dory now.
Which I think will take a long time for that to be repaired, honestly, yeah.
But the fact of the matter is everybody's best interest is to come in and work and pull in the same direction. And if they do that, even with some roster spots open and needing to fill that, they have the backbone, or maybe even more than that, of a good team. They're still one of the best teams in the East right now. So even with all of this being said, with all of the drama that this became, they could still line up, suit up, and then end up in a place where they're one of the best teams in the East and contending to go play in the NBA Finals.
So get right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, We welcome in the G-Bag Nation Zone and Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, live from the Star of Frisco, next on 105.3 The Fan.
If you can't take the pounds off on your own body, I get it. You're not alone. Mike Bassick here. And for
You've lived there? Yeah, good times.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan.
If you are in need of traffic control or barricade rental, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. That's buyersbarricade.com.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truckred.com text line 877-881-1053. But right now, though, we go back to the Diamond Factory Hotline, where we welcome in the G-Bag Nation Zone and Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. Brian Broaddus live at the Star Frisco. Brian, what's going on?
Hey, boys, how we doing?
We're doing pretty good. Well, we could be doing better if you got any information or insight, because we heard through grapevine that Tyron Smith left the field with a trainer. Do you have any updates? Did you see what happened with Tyron?
Yeah, it's his knee, and they're doing an MRI on it. So probably know more information about it tomorrow when I talk to my guys after the practice. They were looking at Tyron right then and there. So probably not going to have any further information, but it is a knee, and we're going to get an MRI on it, and then maybe we'll hear some more about it about tomorrow. Sometime during the day, we can probably run that one down.
Okay, so make sure you're listening to the G-Bag Nation on 105 through The Fan, everybody. But obviously, it's understandable for folks to have their mind run wild with Tyron when we hear injury. Yeah. We have people asking, what do you anticipate, or what would you think that this offensive line looks like if Tyron Smith had to miss a game? Because you obviously have Josh Ball at swing tackle. There's the possibility that Tyler Smith plays left tackle because he's done it before. What would your starting five look like if Tyron couldn't play?
Well, my starting five would probably include Tyler Smith playing left guard. But, with what Mike McCarthy said today, you have to take it as that Connor McGovern has had a really good camp. And there have been times when Connor McGovern has been really good. And I know, when we've talked about some of the observations that we've had from the Chargers game the other day, that, the inside three, Farniak, Smith, and, Connor McGovern actually did a pretty good job. And they've run the ball. They've had some success with Connor McGovern in there. And this is a really, really big switch because, Connor McGovern, Joe Philbin, the line coach, didn't draft Connor McGovern. And so, there was probably a little bit of apprehension about that. He's had some apprehension about Tyler Smith too. Maybe things changed along the way. You kind of felt like that the reason that they picked Tyler Smith is because they weren't too terribly pleased with what was going on at left guard. And they told us that Tyler Smith is a left side player. Okay, so we assume left side player, then you're not telling us specifically he's a guard or he's a tackle. We're all kind of saying, well, he played tackle at Tulsa. So, that's, it's one of those things. I think that Tyler Smith has done a pretty nice job, and traditionally this group has, when they've drafted offensive linemen in the first round, they've been plug and play guys. Now, this is one of those times where it hasn't been plug and play. Tyler Smith was well-liked in the draft by Mike McCarthy, and he was well-liked by the scouts, but the two line coaches had some reservations about the player. If you listen to Nate Newton will say, well, there might be some assignments that have been missed, things like that, that's maybe put Tyler Smith behind. Okay, here's another theory for you. You got a coaching staff that's kind of fighting for their job, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And do you want to put a rookie in there that may be missing assignments? And, when your job is on the line, coaches tend to go towards the guys that know their assignments, aren't going to make mistakes, and they might not be the most talented guy, but they're not going to do anything to screw up what's going on. So when you ask me, who would play, I personally the one thing you have seen is you've seen Ball play tackle. We've now seen Let's Go play tackle the last two nights, and then we've seen Collins play. So, my gut feeling is we saw Tyler Smith play in OTAs and mini camps, but we haven't seen him play any tackle now. Now, I personally believe that Tyler Smith would probably be your swing tackle. He's the one guy. He's the most powerful player you got. He's the most athletic player you got. And so, that would be that's the route I would go. Even if he was playing guard and something happened to one of those tackles, I would go ahead and put him at tackle and then let Connor McGovern be the guard. But they don't care what I think anymore. They did a long time ago. But, that's kind of where I would go. Now, they've really it's interesting because, like I said, I felt like the whole Tyler Smith thing was, okay, we're going to draft him to play tackle, but he could play guard right now. Okay, good. That left guard was a big problem for this football team last year. To the point where Connor Williams got a bunch of penalties, got pulled. Connor McGovern got put in there, and he couldn't last. They pulled him, put Connor Williams back in there. So, it's been a lot has changed since last year at this time for Connor McGovern. And if, in fact, we still are a little bit of ways away from the Buccaneers, game on September 11th, maybe all this switches and maybe Mike McCarthy's just kind of playing with us right now.
Brian, I guess what just vexes me, if you will, is the approach to all of this.
You got to learn, KG. You got to learn. They don't care what we think. You got to learn that. That's the whole thing that's going on right now. They don't care that you and I and everybody else out there would say, okay, well, why would you draft this kid in the first round if you're not interested in putting him in the lineup? Why would you not? Why would you do that? See, they don't care what we think. But we have to do our job. We have to ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
We have to, we don't have to agree, but, I've sat in that chair before. There's things that I haven't agreed on when a lot of media people have said, but then there's been times where I've hell, they're right. They're right about this. So where you and I can get mad, and Reggie, we can get mad about not playing Tyler Smith and this, that, and the other, but they don't give a damn. They really don't. They're going to put what they think is their best 5 guys out there. And now, I don't think anything's massively wrong with Tyron Smith,
mm-hmm.
but if this thing comes back as something that surprises us, well, then, we're going to have this conversation, and then we're going to get to see how they're going to play this thing.
Super Bowl winning scout and, of course, G-Bag Nation's own Brian Broaddus joining us on the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Other observations for you tonight from this team as they get ready for their final preseason game before having a couple of weeks off and before the regular season starts, I should say.
Yeah, we were. It's funny. We went off air and then we literally got to the press box and practice was done 10 minutes later. That kind of thing. And what I've seen the last couple of days is that I like the fact that Tolbert showed up yesterday, catching the football. I really, really like that. It looked like today, though, the defense was they had it kind of wired up today. They had, there was problems with some of the pass protection, with Dak and them trying to get the ball, trying to get everything, having to kick field goals instead of getting touchdowns to win. That's you're tying games and stuff like that. But you got guys like Michael Parsons and Basham and Armstrong and these guys. And defensively, they're kind of figuring some things out. Today wasn't one of the better offensive days where I felt like yesterday it looked like to me that they were a little bit more on in sync and stuff like that. CeeDee Lamb had a drop today of a pass that was down the middle that probably should have been caught. So, they had their little bit of their problems today and give the defense a little bit of credit for making that happen today.
We're talking to our guy, Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And Broaddus, I've been kind of mulling over this idea from last season where you saw in the second half of the season, they really kind of lean on some West Coast principles. And I kind of liked the way that this team looked. Is it possible that this team could kind of lean further into that and kind of just become a West Coast offense?
Are you talking about the short passing game and the slants and things like that kind of a thing? Yeah, I think this they need to figure out some things, though. Again, they don't give a damn what we think, but but we're starting to see more of the stuff with CeeDee Lamb working in the slot and things like that, and letting him work the entire field. The coaches are, they're trying to get the ball out of Dak's hands a little bit quicker. We've seen some positive things with the running game. It hasn't been the first offensive line or Zeke running the ball, but the fact that the backups have come in there and they, they've been pretty committed to try and make that happen. I wouldn't be surprised if, that's a big part of what they tried to do. But you're right about the stuff that, we haven't seen just the massive shots down the field. It's been more of about, okay, the slants, the ends, getting the ball to the tight ends, the boots, the waggles. That's all been those principles you talk about from the Bill Walsh, the 49er days, where they used to get everybody involved that way. So, sure, but I think it's going to be, and I'm not going to say really super run heavy, but I think they're going to try to figure out and get a little bit of that, hey, we're going to try and see if you could stop us running the ball. And, with a healthy Zeke and Pollard and those guys, and with even the improved blocking of the tight ends, even Schultz, approved blocking there, these tight ends can make a difference in the running game when it's point of attack plays. And that's something that's really, really big in the West Coast offense as well.
Brian, before we get you out of here tonight, what do you want to learn about this team between now and by the time we get to week 1 against Tampa Bay?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to let me watch practice anymore. You know what I'm saying? and what's going to happen is that first cut is going to be a cut. That's not really going to be your football team, okay? And I say that in a way because they've got to manipulate the roster to make sure. I think they got some great news today about Gallup, but we've been talking about that quite a bit. The guys I was talking with, they were saying, hey, listen, we're okay at wide receiver because we feel like that we're going to get Gallup back sooner than later. Well, Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy and those guys confirmed the news that, he's not going to go on the PUP list. So you got him for more than, if you get him in week 2, that's absolutely wonderful. But Gallup, Britt Brown, those guys have done a hell of a job to try and fight it to get to this point where he's not going to go on that PUP list. As far as like us talking about the running part of it, the running aspect, I think that's something I'm really, really interested to hear about. But also, too, this defense. They're going to have to make a couple of cuts here and there that are probably going to be hard for them to do just because, again, their numbers at some of these positions are kind of crazy because they're going to have to try and manipulate the roster a little bit. So the first team you see, the first cut down, when you get that list, you're going to go, okay, that's probably not your real team. So I'm interested to see what happens, when it gets to game week, and then that's going to be more or less what your real team is. But they won't let me watch practice anymore, so I'm kind of like trying to kind of pick up the pieces of what I can figure out, just kind of talking to people as well.
You can find him on Twitter at Brian Broaddus, and of course every day, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan, as part of the G-Bag Nation. He is Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. Brian, as always, thank you so much for your time, sir. Looking forward to your insights tomorrow and for the rest of the week.
Wait, Broaddus, before we let you go.
Yeah.
We're almost in football season. What are you excited to get cooking? Because I know you love cooking on these football Fridays or football Saturdays and Sundays. What are you thinking about cooking?
Well, man, I'll tell you what. I've got the Cowboys pre and post game show. I've got
that's
to work on now. So that's the only day that I have off now is Saturday. And if anybody's interested in hiring me for Saturdays, that's the only day I got off. So if you want to do something then. But no, I'm always, college football is a big part, especially all the LSU stuff. The colder weather, I like to break out the gumbos and the chilies and the soups and stuff like that. You can. I've got this new pellet grill that Sean Sharif gave me, and I'll tell you what, I've loved doing the smoking stuff with it. So a lot of those Saturdays are going to be throwing stuff on that, and then kind of getting my gumbo recipes up to snuff, and then and going from there.
Oh man, Broaddus is leveling up, man. I love it.
I'm trying, man. I am trying. I'm getting ready for my next life is what I'm doing.
All right, Broaddus. Have a good evening, my man.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you having me on. Thank you, guys.
There he goes, Brian Broaddus, of course, of the G-Bag Nation, Super Bowl winning scout right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I was about to be making ribs.
I know, right? I'm getting hungry thinking about it. It's the Get Right Reg KG on 105.3 The Fan. Where are we going next, Reg, at the top of the hour?
We'll continue my 2021 rewatch of the season. We get to week 18, the second string Philadelphia Eagles. But let's get some.
You couldn't help yourself, could you?
Let's get some KG insights from what he's seen from practice. I was about to say camp. Whatever. We'll do it next on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan.
.com studios. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
It is indeed time for the Get Right Hour number 3 right here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, my man Larry Flores on the down for you on this Wednesday night edition. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. Appreciate Brian Broaddus for joining us last segment via the Diamond Factory hotline. You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula, getting you caught up on all things DFW sports. And of course, the Cowboys finishing up their practice a little bit earlier this evening as they get ready for their final preseason game of the 2022 NFL preseason before we get ready for the real football here in a couple of weeks. Of course, the Cowboys hosting the Seattle Seahawks on Friday night. And then it is time for the real football on September 11th when they welcome in Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. And Reg, you are getting that much closer.
So close.
To concluding your full rewatch of the 2021 Cowboys season.
I'm glad you said it that way because that's why we are on week 18 against the Philadelphia Eagles when they played at Lincoln Financial Field. You had, what's his name, starting at quarterback? I was about to say his name and I forgot because it's not Jalen Hurts. But the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053.
That day?
I had his name and then I lost his name. Gardner Minshew.
That's
Gardner
right.
Minshew
That's right.
is the name. Number 10. But yes, on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. Let us know, how did you feel about this team after week 18, the Philadelphia game where they just absolutely ran through a lot of second teamers out there because they didn't have a lot of their best players playing. Philadelphia didn't. Even though the Cowboys played a lot of, well, I don't know, they didn't play all of their starters because I know the Nashawn Wright and Kelvin Joseph both started at cornerback, and neither Zeke nor Tolbert. Well, actually, Zeke ran some. Zeke and Corey Clement did run the football. But yeah, no, they had some of their players not start. The Cowboys did, but it seemed like the Eagles had damn near all of their starters not play. But I'm really interested in how people felt about this team after, because rewatching this game again, we had talked about it on this show about maybe I should just skip this game and go right to the San Francisco game. And I was going to do that, and I sat down and I just didn't feel right. I wanted to watch the whole season to get a full understanding of what happened. And yes, I'll admit I'm a sicko at some times. Usually not for NFL football, funny enough, but it's all right. Here we are. I felt like I'd be cheating myself and the listener, I guess.
But you're not a George R.R. Martin sicko, though, right?
No, not that level sicko. That's just different, dog. That's coming up with those types of stories is crazy. But hey, man, it's made him money, so congratulations. But no, I found myself not writing notes because, like, what is it? I'd seen this team for 17 or 16 weeks prior. You know, and like a lot of the things that we've seen, we've talked about it over the last how many weeks, the things that they've done. So there was very few notes that I ultimately wrote. But the broadcast actually, because this was a Monday Night Football game, the broadcast actually gave me some interesting things. Jason Kelce did start. He didn't play a lot, though. Thank you, 903. But there was a few things on the broadcast that I found interesting that kind of called to me. The broadcast reminded me that Dallas had the most punt blocks all season. And that made me go and look up some of the like special teams rankings in the NFL. And the Cowboys were like really good, all special teams considered, last season.
Special teams wasn't bad last year.
Now, you know, there were certain things that weren't great, but for the most part, especially when you talk about like the punting with Anger and like I'll need to pull
all pro punter Brian Anger.
This team was really good, all things considered, and that made me want to ask you, how do you see special teams going this season, all things considered? Because like Rick Gosselin, if that name sounds familiar, he did something for Sports Illustrated, in which he does I guess he does this yearly, he does an NFL special teams rankings where he takes various different portions of special teams and he ranks them 1 to 32, and you get points in reverse order. So if you're number 1 in this, you get 32 points. When it came to kickoff returns, Dallas was actually number 5, averaging 24.8 yards a return. Punt returns, they weren't top 5, but they were still pretty nicely rated. You know, kickoff coverage, punt coverage, kickoff starting point, opponents starting. So like those types of things, he ranks them all and then he brings them all together to get an overall special teams ranking. And Dallas ranked number 6 in the league. And I'm interested, especially with all the hype that is built with Kevontae Turpin now pretty much solidifying himself as your kick and punt returner. How well do you think the Cowboys will do in this 2022 season in that same metric? Do you think they're in that same place?
I mean, I feel much better now, now that it feels like they have found their return guy, even if he doesn't, out here getting, kickoff and punt returns multiple ones in games. You feel like you have a guy that can give you good field position and turn over field position. And then obviously with, the punter, you got one of the best literally one of the best punters in the NFL. Now, obviously the shakiest part about the special teams unit now is the kicking situation. Right now, Brett Maher is the only kicker that you have on this team. And we know how that experiment has gone in years past. It's funny you mentioned the specialty because I was talking to David Hellman yesterday. I said, David, I feel like we're in a damn Twilight Zone because I'm looking around like, oh, there's Brett Maher, the dude we ran out of here just a few short years ago. We was out here missing kiss against Chicago. And was like, oh, yeah, it's time for the Brett Maher thing to go ahead and be finished. And yet here he is back with this football team. So John Bones Fossil's got a chance to help this unit be good again, but it's really going to be exciting to see what they can do in terms of the kind of field position they can gain with the kind of what appears to be elite returner, we think, in Kevontae Turpin and his skills and what he can bring to this team.
Yeah, because it was interesting to remember that the Cowboys still ranked pretty highly when it came to return yardage last year. And I'm like, how much better can it possibly be? And maybe the answer is a lot. Like maybe that's, but just that honest, earnest question of how much better can it be, I'm interested in seeing. There was a couple of things that I also have to be cautious about, and I have to make sure to qualify because, again, you weren't playing first teamers the whole way through. CD looked like him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He looked like him in this game. And we had a few moments throughout the season, the 2021 season, where I was like, okay, there's the CD Lamb that everybody hopes to see. And this was one of those games, of course, against, not Darius Slay, not against the, the best. Or Darius Slay wasn't on the Eagles last year, was he? All right, no, I'm messing up. But not against the top cornerbacks for the Eagles there. Zeke also, when he's healthy, he's still a pretty good Zeke. And that one felt interesting to see again. Again, you're not having the toughest time blocking this up. But when he has those opportunities to be healthy, I just go back and forth with the idea of if I have to put that caveat when healthy, how often is that actually going to happen? But another thing that was brought up, and this is my last thing, honestly, I didn't have that much that noted. The Cowboys had the fastest time per play in the NFL last year. Like they had a lot of pace last year. So when we kept looking up and seeing that this team had a lot of points, high scoring offense, a lot of yards. I wonder how much of that I don't want to say ignored, but we didn't necessarily press so heavily on the idea that this team just had a ton of pace with their offense. And I wonder this year coming in, they're planning on running the football a lot. At least that's what it seems like. That's what a lot of the discussion has been like over the last week or two.
Behind who these days? We have no idea at this point, it feels like.
Yeah. I wonder, do you feel like that they can maintain that level of pace while seeming to move their style of play a little bit more towards running? Or do we see this team kind of becoming a little bit different? Because when it came to seconds per play per Football Outsiders, they were second to the Chargers. And if you went to situation neutral seconds per play, they were number 1 in the league.
I think they can, but a lot of this is going to depend on play style for them and the way that they go about trying to move the football. And if this team is going to get back to, running the football on a more consistent basis, this team is at its best when you're striking balance between the running game and the passing game and their abilities to allow Dak Prescott to play off of play action, to have a strong running game that allows him to be able to have receivers, that are running free and be able to hit them, consistently. Because, one thing we saw last year at times is that teams did not respect the running game of the Dallas Cowboys. You saw the light boxes that, Ezekiel Elliott and his team were facing at times. It was because they had no respect for the running game, and they felt like teams felt like that they could actually handle the run game effectively against the Cowboys, and they did. And you saw how Dak Prescott struggled in the passing game at times during the second half, of the year last year. So they've got to establish from the very beginning that this run game has to be respected in order for them to be able to be consistent, on this offense. And it's funny, you mentioned some of the things, from a, rhythm and a play standpoint. in this game, I called it the records game because everybody was out here setting records. Zeke got his 1,000 yards, for the season. Dak Prescott threw 5 touchdowns. He wound up setting the franchise record for 37 touchdowns, on the season last year. And the one graphic that I remember most, and obviously it was something that had never been done before in the NFL, the Cowboys became the first team in NFL history to have a 4,000-yard passer, a 1,000-yard rusher, a 1,000-yard receiver, a player with at least 10 sacks, and a player with at least 10 picks in a season last year.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
So that just shows you, and I think for Cowboys fans who were watching that game, yeah, you're not going to get much of it because they were, beat up on a bunch of, second teamers against Philadelphia. But that game reminded you in a lot of different ways about this is why we wanted this team to have the kind of success based on what we saw through the first, 16 games of the year that we thought could make them a legitimate threat in the playoffs. And ultimately, we know how that ended for them.
And that's why I wanted to kind of know how people felt, or if they could recall how they felt after this Eagles game, because I definitely still had this weird feeling of I see what the ceiling could be on this team, but I see where they constantly play at, and there's distinction between those two levels. And so I went into that San Francisco game thinking, I know what team this can be. I don't know what team this will be. Almost a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation where I was like, I don't know which Cowboys come out here. And depending on which Cowboys come out here, if they play to their capability, they should beat these teams. But I don't know which one comes out. And unfortunately, not the good one came out. But I think we'll talk about that tomorrow when I watch that San Francisco game. Now, however, you were out at practice yesterday.
Yeah, I had a chance to go out to practice yesterday, which was very, very cool experience to be able to go out there and, watch these guys in live action, be able to get after it on the practice field, especially during team periods. And, for me, there were a couple of things. One, and we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, Micah Parsons is a freak.
He's good at football.
It's just that simple. But I think, and Vach, Lombardi, when we had him on, and we talked to him about this, is that you cannot underestimate and not take for granted the greatness that we are watching with Micah Parsons, because he beat Terrence Steele and Tyron Smith so bad on 2 reps, it made him look like those two dudes didn't need to be in the league. Like, that's how head and shoulders above Micah Parsons is when it comes to his prowess on the field. That was number one. Number two, Dak Prescott, when they say best shape of your life season, it's legit.
Oh, because this is the thing. You weren't just at the Star in Frisco. You went locker room access, all of that. So you up close and personal.
Yeah, and sitting there, talking to Dak and Zeke and that kind of thing. When they say Dak is shredded, it's legit. He looks like he's ready to take on obviously the full load of this offense, and he's going to have to, because he's, in my opinion, going to be doing more with less. But I think he understands what his responsibilities are within this offense. I thought Jalen Tolbert yesterday had a good practice as well. Anthony Brown, when they had their first mojo moments of the game, of team periods.
Wait, they were still doing mojo moments?
Yeah, man. Yeah, mojo moments are still a thing. And in the first one, Anthony Brown picked off Dak Prescott in the end zone when they were inside the 3-yard line, and Dak tried to hit a receiver, and Anthony Brown picked it off. So, this team has some good things. As much as I personally rail on this team, there are some aspects of this team that you have some confidence in, and mainly for me, it's going to be on the defensive side of the football, which is so wild to think about, given what we thought going into last year was going to be the strength of this team, which was the offense, and how the second half of the year it turned out that the defense was going to be carrying this team. It now feels like this team is fully moving toward a defensive team, and they are going to be led by what I believe is going to be a superstar for years to come when it comes to Micah Parsons. But that was some of my takeaways from practice yesterday, and 11 is going to be fun to watch this year. That's all I can say. It'll be fun to watch.
I agree.
This year.
I'm so interested, because I vividly remember in rewatching this season, moments where I was like, oh, he does not look like he actually knows what he's doing. And I don't mean that to like
and that's the scary part.
Slander him.
He looks like he knows what he's doing now.
Yeah. That's I don't say that to slander him, just to point to the idea that he was not all the way up on how to like play football when it came to like the football acumen part of it. He was just what Kobe Bryant said, a different animal, or same animal but a different beast.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like, oh, add that on top, that now he knows where he's supposed to be. Like this could be really problematic for other teams. Did you have any concern when it came down to like the Chargers game and seeing Jalen Tolbert not comfortable hitting the toe tap and not necessarily having a full grasp of where he was? Because I don't know why. It shouldn't be an individual moment that shakes you like that, but that shook me a little bit. And I know that some of the feeling of being shook was understanding that the people that had been in Oxnard and been at all these other practices kind of said that was something that was carried out through the entirety of the camp.
It's happened multiple times, yeah.
But I was just like, ooh, that's a little concerning.
Yeah, spatial awareness. You got to be aware where you're on the football field at all times, and that's something he's going to learn. And it's good to get this out now in this setting versus costing you in a football game. But they've got a long way to go. But yeah, it was fun to get out there and practice yesterday at the Star in Frisco and seeing everything kind of up close there with practice. Looking forward to your rewatch of the 49ers game. Talking about that tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be a fun day.
That's going to be a lot of fun there. So get right with Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we're going to go inside the gray area. What would you do if your town was overrun by this animal? I'll tell you what this town did next on 105 through the Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
From DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
What seems to be the problem, my panting partner? It's hotter than a jalapeno's armpit. It's so hot I saw a fire hydrant chasing a dog. If it gets any hotter, I'll have to take off stuff I really ought to keep on. Don't iron your birthday suit just yet. For Specs wines, spirits, and finer foods will shrink the heat with sub-zero prices on a Siberian-sized selection of mitten-worthy mixers, shivery suds and seltzers, and refreshing rosés. What say the hot streaker now? Specs icy aisles and selection for miles have me perky as a penguin on prom night. My bride's just happy I started wearing pants under my chaps again. You certainly put the numb in nuptials. And with Specs low prices, you'll save enough to give summer the cold shoulder. You're welcome. Specs wines, spirits, and finer foods. Cheers to savings.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been serving North Texas homeowners for decades. And with every one of our customers, our job isn't complete until you're satisfied. Here's what several of our clients have said about Blue Nail.
I thought that they were extremely detail-oriented.
They went back to the insurance company and worked with them and got them to pay for doing the extra stuff that had to be done.
Blue Nail personnel worked with the adjuster, and then the work is superb.
I recommend them to anybody.
We had real good communication with them. I did not have to hunt them down. They usually came hunting for us to see what needed to be done.
I am totally pleased with what they did.
If you have storm damage, call Blue Nail Roofing today for a free, no obligation inspection of your property. Call 855-255-1975. That's 855-255-1975 or online at BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
The definition of a one-trick pony is a person or company with only one area of expertise. Many financial advisors are one-trick ponies. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, helping you navigate the complex world of financial advisors. Many financial advisors only use stock market-based investments. That might be great when the market's going up, but what happens when it's not? As you approach retirement, you need more than a cheerleader telling you to stay the course. You need options. Retirement? It can be tricky, and it's especially tricky in a volatile market. If you're within 10 years of retirement, it's essential to get it right. One-trick ponies are missing one thing: options. If you've lost more money in the market than what you'd consider reasonable, you may be working with a one-trick pony. So trot yourself over to Trajan Wealth and learn all of your options. With 3 convenient locations across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Call 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC and SEC registered investment advisor.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, this is Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. The star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/cowboys for details. Set up a free in-home consultation and you can lock in this amazing offer for 6 months. Window Nation will show you how over 1 million of our expertly installed money-saving double-pane Energy Star efficient windows are already rewarding families in over 150,000 homes. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy with no interest payments until 2025. Update your whole home and qualify for a Cowboys jersey and free game tickets. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/cowboys today. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Friends, is your job recession-proof? Now might be the perfect time to switch careers and become an IT professional with My Computer Career. IT is listed as one of the top recession-proof professions. You could have your dream job in just months, not years. No experience needed. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Franco and Franco. Visit truckreg.com.
So get right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula. My man Larry Flores holding down for you here. Just give me an update on what's going on
at the College Park Center in Arlington.
The Connecticut Sun up 49-42 with 3:33 left in the elimination game. Arike Ogunbowale, though, has made her first appearance in this game. She had been previously dealing with an abdominal strain, but she is now in the ball game trying to give her team a lift as they are down 7 in an elimination game. The winner of this game will advance to the semifinals to take on the Chicago Sky. So the Dallas Wings trying to make a little bit of a comeback to get this thing close going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, let's get some Dallas hoops runs in the playoffs, man. You know, it'd be nice to have the Mavs and the Wings both make deep runs in the respective playoffs.
You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports. You can find Reg on Twitter at Reg Atatula. We're about to go inside the gray area right here, where, of course, there is no gray area right here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Let's go ahead and go inside the gray area, Larry, here. As we do, we're going to start in Australia.
Oh, man, what a scary place.
And it's apparently scary for this Aussie town, apparently.
They're overrun with tarantulas?
No.
Koalas? Wallabies? Dingoes? I feel like it's a lot of stuff that can get you. Bats.
Well,
bats is good. That's a good guess. Yeah.
This tiny Aussie town has been overrun, apparently, by a mob of kangaroos.
Oh, that one was too obvious.
Yeah,
I should have known.
Well, here's the thing. A tiny town in Queensland, Australia named Maroom has been under siege by an unruly mob of kangaroos due to extreme weather recently.
Of course.
Local reports say these kangaroos are flocking to manicured lawns with huge mobs of them taking over everyone's personal space. Now, here's where it gets kind of nuts, as if it isn't already. Residents say, Larry, there are anywhere from 70 to 80 kangaroos roaming the tiny town at any given moment. Some of the residents are carrying sticks to defend themselves.
What they gonna do?
Others are afraid to go fishing for fear of being ambushed by an angry and unpredictable kangaroo.
You know what that probably is like? Like, it's a gang of kangaroos, like quite literally. Because the reason why I was laughing earlier, I'm sure you heard it as KG was reading, is I just imagined the picture, right? Cartoons are probably one of the most cartoony animals in that, like, their real life actions feel like the cartoon anthropomorphism that we would put on them. Like the idea of kangaroos boxing, you know what I mean? That we would see in like cartoons. They kind of do that for real. So like, I'm just imagining kangaroos walking around a town, hemming folks up. Like, oh, you got some fish? It's my fish now. Bow, 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 bow.
Well, according to a report from ABC News in Australia, the town is home to just 220 residents.
Oh, wow.
Residents say they've counted up to 80 kangaroos a day, and that's just the ones they've seen so far. Local resident Karen Sutcliffe. That's good, 940.
940, a kangaroo.
That's good.
That's good.
That's
I
good.
like that. I think that's actually the technical term for
paying attention.
a multiple for a group of kangaroos.
Yes, that's very good. Local resident Karen Sutcliffe told ABC News, quote, "There are too many to count, really. They are constantly hopping around the park in between caravans." Another resident said they have to carry sticks as weapons.
Still don't think the stick is helping.
They added, quote, "I've been wanting to go fishing of an afternoon, but I won't do that just in case a kangaroo gets me," end quote. "They're just so quick, you don't know where they are," end quote. To which I say, as Reggie has eloquently pointed out so far, what the hell is a stick gonna do?
That's like I'm
What you gonna do? Wave it around at the kangaroo?
It really is like just a mob of light middleweights running around your town. And I didn't realize that it was such a small town.
Yes.
Like they
220 people.
They are almost already overrun 1-to-1. Like I have 1-to-1 is obviously not it, but it's
darn near
about
3-to-1 people to kangaroo.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah,
that's not.
It's not ideal.
Do you think us three could take a singular kangaroo?
That's
what they're
ultimately
dealing with.
that's what I was getting to.
That's what they're dealing with.
Like
we just gotta bum rush them.
What would you do if you felt like you were about to be overrun by a set of kangaroos? Like, what do you do?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna see if I can make peace.
You're gonna talk to them?
Yeah. We're gonna see if
try
we're gonna
to
appeal.
reason with
Yeah, we're gonna appeal to the sense of reason of this
strong,
kangaroo.
kicking kangaroo.
That's right.
Okay,
That's
all
right. And when
all
that fails, I don't know. Like what? Where is the weak point of the kangaroo?
No, I can tell you where the weak point is.
Okay.
They actually have really bad eyesight.
Oh.
Really bad eyesight, yeah.
Okay.
They have to go to a ophthalmologist.
Kevin, how do you feel about that?
All right, Larry. One for you. 1-0, Larry Flores.
I'm not even going to make fun of the fact that Larry didn't even get all the way through that joke smooth, but I appreciated it.
Appreciate the commitment, Larry. That's okay.
So that makes two people on the show that can't really say ophthalmologist.
Yeah. It was hard to mess that up. I don't know how you did that. Like, I know how to say the word. And
according to the reports, an ongoing La Nina weather pattern for the past several years has led to more rain than usual in the area. This in turn has led to the grass growing on everyone's lawns.
A what?
La Nina.
Okay, gotcha. You did. Yeah, you good. You did good.
Oh, okay. All right. I felt like my pronunciation was pretty good there. This is apparently why these kangaroos are showing up, because they want to eat the grass.
He said a ophthalmologist.
Hey, 806 on the truckrate.com text line. Don't co-sign on that joke. Okay, relax.
Because I really thought Larry had like the solution.
I thought he did too. You heard me say,
to take down this kangaroo.
Oh, really?
I was waiting for the perfect time to kind of
It was
put
so
that in there.
good.
I should have hit you. It doesn't matter what you do. Anyway.
You really executed that perfectly, Larry. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
So apparently these kangaroos, their diet primarily consists of eating grass. So the kangaroos love perfectly manicured lawns with lush green grass to the point that they show up in huge numbers and chill out on these lawns. Apparently, it's not uncommon for residents to see 15 kangaroos chilling out on someone's grass and they apparently can get very territorial.
That's right.
When babies and joeys are around. So, yeah, shout out to that town in Australia, unfortunately getting overran by kangaroos.
So did we not come up with the way to beat the kangaroo?
Of
or
course
is the way
not.
Because
Larry's out here making jokes.
It was a good one.
And whatnot.
I think that what we've decided is that the way to beat this kangaroo is to run faster than the other two. Is that what we've decided here?
Yep.
Well, apparently you want to reason with them and talk to them and all.
Because I don't know what else to do. What else
I'm
am I
gonna be like
supposed
a
to
normal
do?
human being and just run.
Somebody said like try and stay behind them, but I'm like,
do what?
I'm like, we're not dealing with the crocodile that doesn't have like lateral. I feel like they can get around pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't get it. But yeah, maybe you can send your suggestions to that poor town in Australia who's getting overrun.
No, send your suggestions to me. I need to know what my
You
kangaroo
don't need
defense
to
is
know.
now.
You don't need to know that. You guys just sit there and talk to them.
Look, you ain't got to
have
get
a whole kumbaya
You ain't got to
session.
get ready if you stay ready. So I'm trying to have that readiness right now. So if you
okay.
can help me on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053, give me the solutions. I need them now.
Is that a gnat in here? What is happening? What just happened?
I thought we got rid of it.
I thought we got rid of these things. Anyway, clearly got distracted. Really? 601, what's a kangaroo's favorite drink? Beer, because of the hops. Boo. Boo. Good try, though.
You got booed.
Good try, though.
That's crazy.
The headline goes like this. Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union are being blasted for, get this, using 489,000 gallons of water in a single month.
Are they trying to attract kangaroos? Like, I don't understand.
Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union are getting destroyed on social media for violating California's drought restrictions.
Oh, that's right. They are in a drought. It's nasty.
By using a whopping 489,000 gallons of water, more than they were allowed to use in a single month.
Wait, you said more? So that wasn't the entire total of the amount of gallons that they used. That was the overage.
Yes.
What, are they running a water park? What is wrong with them?
So during a 3-year drought causing a historic water crisis in Southern California, residents in the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District are only allowed to perform outdoor watering 1 day a week with only 8 minutes per station on the designated day. The Las Virgenes spokesman, Mike McNutt, told the Los Angeles Times that water budgets for properties in the area are determined by a combination of factors, including the number of residents and the amount of irrigated land. Despite these rules and regulations, 2,000 customers, including famous names like Sylvester Stallone, Dwayne Wade, Kim and Kourtney Kardashian, and Kevin Hart, were recently issued, quote, notices of exceedance by the water district.
What?
The notice means they exceeded their monthly water budgets by more than 150%, Larry, at least 4 times since a drought emergency was declared at the end of 2021. The worst offenders of the month of May were Dwayne Wade and his wife, Gabrielle Union, who exceeded their water budget by 489,000 gallons, the most anyone in the water district.
That's terrible. And like, I'm not trying to defend them in any way, shape, or form. That being said, the hell Sly Stallone doing with all this water, dog? What are you doing right now?
I like how that was the name you stopped down on.
What are you doing with all this water, Sly? What you got going over there? That's what I want to know.
Man. Yes, 214. I did say that was the gentleman's name who runs the water district there, apparently. Yeah, first of all, 489,000 gallons of water. I can't even conceive that much water. And then again, what in the world are you doing using all that water?
Like, do they empty the pool every day?
Like every day?
Because yes, John the Cunning on the Twitch chat says that's over 6 million bottles of water. Now I haven't gone and checked that because what do I look like? But I'm just gonna assume that's right.
Can you verify that for us, please?
I mean, I could. I'm not going to, but I could.
No, not you. The esteemed person who came up with that number there.
That's Like what? What? I'm trying to imagine, because I imagine maybe they have like a big house. All right, cool. And you have maybe multiple bathrooms or some water features, but like, how do you
489,000 gallons of water?
Is that in a month, or is that over the period?
Month of May?
Doing what? I can't. What could you possibly? Come on, listeners. Go ahead and help us out. Truckwreck.com.
What would you use 489,000 gallons of water for?
Exactly. What do you have? What could they possibly be doing that could use damn near 500,000 gallons of water in a month? I know you guys can do it.
That's inside the gray area right here on the Get Right with Reggie KG.
Super Shark Tank.
105 through the fan.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Coming up next, where are we going with this next segment, sir?
Where are we going with this next segment? Oh, yes. So, sorry, I'm thinking about all the water. Like, what does it have to be?
Get your mind out the water and come on with the tea.
What does it have to be? Okay, the common pool is like 50,000 gallons. Thank you, 214. Maybe they built a new pool. I don't know. Anyways, coming up next on the Get Right, it's the 3-year anniversary of Andrew Luck retiring. So with that being said, what retirements hit you hardest? We'll talk about that next on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the fan.
Bloomberg is a New York-based board-certified ophthalmologist.
What is up, Tolo? Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation with you, and I'll admit I was a little nervous taking my first trip out to training camp with the fellas in Oxnard since I've started my weight loss journey with SOTA Soda Weight Loss. But thanks to my expert nutritionists, they made it super easy for me. They packed up all my soda products in a little box so I could take it out there. It was easy and convenient, and they're always available if I have any questions or concerns about what I can or cannot eat while I was out of town. I came back to weigh in at my Plano location, and I was a little timid, but I stepped on that scale, and I was still down another 3.2 pounds. And I've now lost a total of 53 pounds. That's right, 53 pounds since I started the program back in May. If I can do it, you can do it with me. SOTA weightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. The Cowboys and soda are, say it with me now, state of the art. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
AutoZone. Hey, football season is here at Baby Dolls. Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. We serve top-shelf liquor, great wine selections, and have private rooms available. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. Plus stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from open to 10 p.m. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
This should be 8x7.
When it comes to closets, Janina's home organization business runs tip-top tidy.
Is this schedule right? I'm gonna need help.
But she needs to reorganize and find a new assistant.
I know, it's your last week, but can you make sure the Hanson pantry's wrapped?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sean and RJ here for carsforkids.org. You could change the life of a local kid in your community. Taking care of the kids is our biggest priority. Cars, trucks, SUVs, motorcycles, boats,
Doesn't matter. Any condition. Pick up fast and easy. Carsforkids.org.
What if you don't have a car? Your cash donation can still make a massive impact. So choose your impact at carsforkids.org or call 972-274-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Looking for an awesome career? Tolbert Garage Door is hiring full-time garage door technicians up to $22 an hour with experience. Valid driver's license required, flexible hours, company vehicle. Send resume to Colby at TolbertGarageDoor.com or stop into the Mesquite location Monday through Friday.
Howdy, folks. Come work with Big Tex at the most Texan place on earth. The State Fair of Texas is hiring, from gates to guest relations. Apply today at bigtex.com/jobs. See y'all at the fair.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
This should be 8x7.
When it comes to closets, Janina's home organization business runs tip-top tidy.
Is this schedule right? I'm gonna need help.
But she needs to reorganize and find a new assistant.
I know it's your last week, but can you make sure the Hanson pantry's wrapped?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Watch the latest videos from your favorite fan hosts and listen to exclusive podcasts at 1053thefan.com.
If you are in need of traffic control or barricade rental, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. That's buyersbarricade.com.
So get right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry Flores holding it down for you here. A couple of updates here with respect to what's going on this evening. Unfortunately, the Dallas Wings look like they're on their way to being eliminated in this year's WNBA playoffs. They're down by 19.
Yeah.
With 6 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter, down 65-46. As we get down to it, Arike Ugubamwale, she did make an appearance in this game, went 0 for 3 in a few minutes in the end of the third quarter. But unfortunately, the lead has ballooned now to 19 for the Connecticut Sun, who look like they're well on their way to advancing to the WNBA semifinals against the Chicago Sky, who, of course, are the reigning WNBA champions.
Thank you.
They're also defending their title as well. But
I'll let you have that one.
Good news initially on the Tyron Smith front.
Okay, all right.
This coming from ESPN's Todd Archer.
All right, we're going to keep doing that. Sure.
Sources indicate to Archer that Tyron Smith's ACL is intact after initial review.
Cool.
More reviews coming in the morning. Perhaps the Cowboys have had some good luck there. It's wild how we kind of got to this point this evening because Tyron Smith left practice tonight with a knee injury. There was initial report that he did not have a discernible limp as he walked off. Connor McGovern saying, hey, look, man, I know Tyron's like things are going to be okay. And then we get all the way to his ACL's intact. Okay, great.
I mean, you skipped the part. Connor McGovern said that man grunted, and that was the sign of an affirmative, like that he's all good.
Like he's all good.
He gave me a good grunt, not a bad grunt, and we're solid. And then we found out ACL's cool. So I don't know. Like I don't know. But I think as much as maybe the Cowboys dodged a bullet here, and maybe this was just one of those, hey, you're playing football, and one of those things that didn't feel good as it happened, but will be fine ultimately. I think it gave us an opportunity to reflect on the possibilities of bad things happening or the possibilities of things not going perfectly. Because a lot of times, this is one criticism I have of anybody that's making predictions, is that when you predict in a vacuum that everything is going to happen perfectly, right? Everything is going to happen in the optimal circumstances. You're neglecting the fact of the matter that life does not happen in a vacuum and life does not necessarily happen optimally all the time. And there's going to be setbacks and there's going to be problems. And it seems like so much of the Cowboys, best case scenario or like the good outcomes are almost entirely dependent on optimal situations. And one of those things is the offensive line that we talked about thoroughly at this point, but it really gave us an opportunity to look up and see, well, what is the situation if it's not optimal? And I think it gave us a scary realization.
Yeah, so it sounds like good news initially, though, on the front for Tyron Smith and his left knee. If you see the video that's been circulating through social media over the last couple of hours, did not look good. He went to push a player and then went down with minimal contact holding his left knee. But at least indications are right now that the ACL for Tyron Smith is intact. More on that tomorrow with Sean and RJ and throughout the course of the day on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. In fact, all of us will be on tomorrow. Sean and RJ, 5:30 to 10 a.m., KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation. And we will also be on tomorrow night from 7 to 11 with the Rangers being off before they welcome in the Detroit Tigers. By the way, congratulations to the Rangers who beat up on the Colorado Rockies today.
Oh boy, they put the hurting on them boys.
Yeah, a big win for them today as Nathaniel Lowe continues to tear the cover off the baseball, going 3 of 6 today. But no one is retiring anytime soon, unlike these particular individuals.
Oh, and just to round out that, Rangers beat the Rockies 16-4 to give you that official score. 16 runs. No misspeak there. But yes, this day in 2019, I believe, as it is the 3-year anniversary, a certain Andrew Luck, Texas native, Stanford graduate, and former Indianapolis Colt, he let the world know that he was retiring from football.
What a weird day that was.
It was very odd because not that long before that, Andrew Luck had left the football game. It was a preseason football game, wasn't it?
So it was a preseason game. Schefter scooped it in the middle of the game
that he was going to
retire.
Yes.
And it got weird because it started to circulate obviously throughout the the stadium, and people were like, wait, what? Andrew Luck's retiring, and he's standing there on the sidelines. I think he's oblivious to the fact that, oh, by the way, my retirement news.
I mean, he's absolutely oblivious.
He
still had a flip phone at that point. He wasn't on no Twitter.
Yeah, so
that's not even a joke. That's not even me making a joke. He had a flip phone.
Yes.
I wish I could say I was trying to be clever. I wasn't.
And people were hot at Schefter for like scooping, Andrew Luck's retirement. Like, hey, by the way, Andrew Luck's gonna retire here soon. Oh, okay, great. So yeah, that's how all that kind of started.
Yeah, so it was just a wild retirement, and obviously outside of just the actual means of how it happened and how we came to the knowledge, it was also just the weird situation of a guy who was pretty young and who was on a trajectory to be one of the better quarterbacks in the league, right? Like, it seemed like most people kind of situated Andrew Luck to be the next great quarterback in the league, like the best quarterback in the league in the next generation. And then all of a sudden, and I guess I shouldn't say all of a sudden, because there was injuries that popped up there, from here and there for him, and ultimately that factored in a good amount into his decision, but he let everybody know and let it be known, and he was walking away from football. So with that being the case, I was interested, and the truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053. What retirement, kind of hit you hardest? What are the retirements that hit you hard? Whether it was for, it was a situation like this where it caught you off guard, or whether it was just a player or a person that you loved a ton, or, whatever reason, what retirements hit you the hardest?
Oh man, a couple for me. For sure. Obviously, Michael's retirement. Not just the first one. Yeah, Michael Jordan, not just the first one, but the second one as well, after what we thought was the perfect storybook ending to his career, hitting the game-winning jump shot against, the Utah Jazz, holding the pose and staring down the Utah crowd as the ball goes through the rim. And it's just like, okay. Like, we knew going into that year it was the last dance.
Yeah, that's true. That you had the whole build-up. You had the perfect picturesque ending, as you illustrated. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And when he made it official, It felt like a part of my childhood had officially ended. Because at the time I was 12, 13 years old, but just having watched Michael throughout his career, it was surreal to actually watch that unfold the way that it did. I loved baseball growing up, so one of my favorite players of all time is Derek Jeter. So when the captain retired several years ago, I took that pretty hard because I enjoyed watching Derek Jeter play as a kid growing up and loving baseball the way that I did. Derek Jeter's retirement, it took pretty hard.
So we're already getting text flooding in on the text line. We appreciate you rocking with us. Before we go to reading some of these, this is interesting because you brought up Jeter, and that brought me to a certain mind state where obviously the big retirement, the big applause and ovation, and across the sports world, the celebration and proverbial hat tip and literal hat tip to Derek Jeter. And sometimes I wonder, how do you feel about almost this isn't the right word, but it's the one that keeps coming to mind here, the almost corny retirement send-off, where it's it's really big and it's probably overdone, but it's just because you feel like this person is a larger-than-life personality. Because in some instances, I'm like, this is a lot. And in other instances, you just look up and go, nah, this might be right.
Yeah, most times when an athlete gets the whole pomp and circumstance of, the elongated retirement tour or, grandiose ceremonies, that kind of thing, most of the time it's warranted for that particular player. And I don't necessarily have a problem with it because I'm trying to think of the one, an athlete or two that may have had one of those, overextended, all right, we get it, you're retiring. Not a lot of those really come to mind that way because most, I feel like, deserve that kind of, extended praise, if you will, for their majority of their careers.
All right, let's get to a few of these on the truckwreck.com text line from the 469, Barry Sanders. That's a little bit before my actual recognition or recollection. From the 817, Prince Fielder, because he was forced to retire, and the emotion that was behind the announcement. I get that. This is one that I was thinking of. It wasn't one. I guess I felt it, which was from the 214, Kobe. Didn't catch anyone off guard, but when a legend hangs him up, it's always crazy. I felt really interested in that last game, the final game, because I was kind of in that place where it's like, man, this might be a little cheesy. Kobe's going to get up all these shots, and we know he's not what he once was, and yet we're all doing this thing. And yet I found myself, this was before I had multiple TVs, and remember, this was the same night. Do you remember what was the major other happening on this night? It was the same night that the Golden State Warriors were pushing to break the 72-game record of the Chicago Bulls.
That's right.
And so on ESPN, I think it was an ESPN, two ESPN. So on one ESPN, or it might have been TNT and ESPN or something like that. But on one channel, you had Kobe's final game in which he scored 60. And then on the other, you have the Warriors trying to make history. And I found myself flipping back and forth in a way that I honestly did not believe I would have done leading into it, because I was like, this is big and cheesy and I don't have to be there. And yet Kobe did this thing that was kind of magical in his swan song, while there was something objectively magical happening somewhere else. And I was like, I gotta find a way to engage with both of these.
Yeah, that Kobe night was that was nuts. It was the most Kobe game that Kobe Bryant could have had that night. And it was enthralling because you were watching this man in his final game go out on his own terms. And he went out, guns blazing. And
boy, did he.
Got every shot up that he wanted to take.
And he had to put on ice. I was like, look, my shoulder's tired. I put up so many shots. And then he did the whole Mamba out thing. That kind of felt cheesy, but also somehow earned at the same time. Romo, even though he didn't technically retire, thank you, 682. From the 469, Jerry Rice was hard because he was the only reason I wanted to play football.
Oh, wow.
I loved Jerry Rice coming up. And as somebody who didn't really get to exist in his prime, as a football watcher, Jerry Rice mattered to me. I wanted to be number 80 when I played football because Jerry Rice wore number 80. Serena's retirement is kind of hitting me hard. I'm there as well.
Same.
That's coming up here as the U.S. Open is right around the corner.
I want her to break that record so bad.
And yet, it doesn't seem like it's going to, I just don't think it's going to happen. She's kind of letting, and as she said, her words, she's evolving away from tennis. And it doesn't seem like she's at the level to play at, in the way that would get you a tournament win.
You want to talk about somebody watching them from the time that they started to the time that their career ended.
Man.
Watching Venus and Serena's career unfold in front of my eyes, just kind of crazy.
Thank you, 972. It's ESPN for the Lakers game, ESPN2 for the Warriors game. What's funny is when as I posed this question, and I knew a lot of people were going to talk about sports, but one of the things that actually came to mind, do you remember when Jay-Z retired from rap in 2003? That was one of the things, and it mattered to me. Like, I could still recite all of the lyrics to Encore verbatim. It's the song that, how people have some of those, you have gun to your head and you have to recite all the lyrics to one song. What song are you? I'm pretty sure that mine is Encore by Jay-Z off the Black album, because this was like, yo, I'm out of here. Like, I'm gonna be done rapping. Now we all know ultimately he came back, but for some reason, a 11-year-old Reggie really took hard to like that rapper walking away from the game.
Yeah. No, that's interesting.
So that's why I'm like,
it was so long ago now
right,
that it's kind of hardly to remember, but
there's so many good ones. Can we talk a little bit about more of these, on the other side?
Yeah, we'll definitely do some of that. And also, what travel habit annoys you the most? This Aaron Andrews rant you have got to hear, because it made me think of this next on 105 through the Fan.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next on The Fan.
You can receive up to a 25% bonus just for opening an account that you could use for retirement income. Yes, up to 25%. On a $100,000 investment, that's $25,000. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and these are some of the highest upfront bonuses I have seen in my lifetime. And believe me, I'm no spring chicken. Receive an upfront bonus of up to 25%, but it will then grow at a guaranteed 10% per year, all of which you can use for income. Up to 25% bonus and up to 10% per year guaranteed for income. These are some of the highest guarantees that exist. If you have money in the bank, it's not earning anything. If you have money in the market, use this to diversify. Up to 25% bonus just for opening an account, and up to 10% per year isn't going to last. Call today. Call 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Something you probably do know. Progressive can not only offer you a great price when you bundle home and auto, they offer you round-the-clock protection. Something you probably don't know, the average garage door is made up of 1.3 millimeter aluminum panels. Something you probably do know, your neighbor likes to tinker with his dirt bike. Something you probably don't know, a runaway dirt bike can take out your garage door and a good portion of your car bumper. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and get more than a great price. Get round-the-clock protection. Something you know for the things you don't know. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers, and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
The end of summer. The final home game against the Astros. This straight-up Texas drama begs for a high noon showdown. Join us at the ballpark when the Rangers take on the Astros for 2 games starting Tuesday, August 30th. The series wraps Wednesday the 31st with afternoon drama, dollar hot dogs, and first pitch at 1:05 p.m. High noon-ish. Tickets at TexasRangers.com.
The following is a commercial announcement.
Your local radio stations are here for you. No subscriptions or monthly fees necessary. We're here to give you the news, weather, and traffic you need, and the music you love. But if the foreign-owned record labels get their way, it could stop the music. They want Congress to force radio stations to pay them more money, simply to play their music. Don't let radio go silent. Text LOCAL to 52886 and tell Congress to protect local radio stations. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Accept all vehicles with joy. It's car donation the easy way. Pick up as soon as the next day. Donate your car today at 877-JUNK-FOR-JOY or junkforjoy.org.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today at junkforjoy.org, and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. That's junkforjoy.org.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Fourth and final hour here, the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry Flores holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the chartrate.com text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Appreciate you joining us however and wherever you may be listening. If you miss anything during our 4-hour show, make sure you hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app, or you can check out the podcast page of the Get Right on 105.3thefan.com. People continuing to pour in their thoughts on the retirements of their favorite athletes that hit them hardest. We'll read a couple of more of those here in just a moment here on the Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. I want to get you caught up real quick on a couple of things going on sports-wise before we get to that. Unfortunately, the season for the Dallas Wings is about to come to an end as they are down by 15 with about 22 seconds left in the fourth quarter in the elimination game, the third game of the 3-game series. Looks like the Connecticut Sun will be moving on to the WNBA semifinals after it looks like they're going to defeat the Dallas Wings tonight in the decisive third game in this series. Arika Ngubunwale did make an appearance in this game in the third quarter, played a few minutes, went 0 of 3.
I think ultimately 0 of 5, actually. Yeah, so.
And
but she was playing with an abdominal injury. That I don't know if that necessarily absolves her, but that does help understand some of this.
So it looks like the Dallas Wings season coming to an end. Good news on the Tyron Smith front. Tyron Smith, who went down earlier in practice tonight as the Cowboys were continuing to have their practice at the Star in Frisco. He went down with a minimal contact injury to his left knee. Sources telling Todd Archer of ESPN that Tyron Smith's ACL is intact after initial review, with more reviews coming in the morning for the All-Pro left tackle. So good news initially on that front for Tyron Smith, who went down in a heap holding his left leg, walked off from practice, but since then finding out that the ACL is indeed intact for now, and more reviews coming in the morning. So Sean and RJ and all of our shows will have you covered on the latest when it comes to Tyron Smith as we get more information tomorrow. The Texas Rangers getting a big-time win today. They beat up on the Colorado Rockies 16-4. 16 runs on 18 hits. Martin Perez improves his record to 10-4 on the year with a 2.69 ERA.
Yeah, I think he pitched 6 scoreless.
6 scoreless, 7 strikeouts. Continues to have a terrific year. Nathaniel Lowe, just absolutely in fuego right now.
And really all season, he's been your best batter.
Well, Matt Hicks had a split. I think the last 15 games he's hitting 364.
Oh my God.
The previous 15 games before that, he was also hitting 364. Like, he's been on a tear for the Texas Rangers. He goes 3 of 6 today.
All right, Nathaniel Lowe, we see you.
Just a double short of the cycle with a homer, triple, and 5 RBI, career high 5 RBI. And Adolis Garcia extends his hitting streak to 21. So the Texas Rangers playing some good baseball as Tony Beasley continues to interview the on-the-job interview for to try to be the new manager of the Texas Rangers. But Nathaniel Lowe continuing to get it done at the plate. They used a 7-run second inning to be able to blow out the Colorado Rockies. They're off tomorrow. Then they welcome in the Detroit Tigers for a weekend series out in Globe Life Field. Last one I want to get to here real quick. A jury awards Vanessa Bryant $16 million over crash photos taken of Kobe Bryant and his late daughter, Gianna. Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa, was awarded $16 million as part of a $31 million jury verdict Wednesday against Los Angeles County for deputies and firefighters sharing grisly photos of the NBA star, their 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, and other victims killed in the 2020 helicopter crash. The 9 jurors unanimously agreed with Vanessa Bryant and her attorneys that the photos invaded her privacy and caused emotional distress. She cried quietly as the verdict was read. So the jury awarding $16 million to Vanessa Bryant and her family over I don't even know how to describe why they felt it would be something to release photos of that particular.
Yeah, well, I think it started more just like they were taking photos and sharing them around the department, like on personal cell phones, which made me feel like this is way more common an occurrence. And of course, this happens in Southern California, where we know there's a large quote unquote celebrity presence, and two, there's also a large a big appetite, so to say, for, celebrity happenings, especially from like the likes of TMZ, who will pay you for that footage. So I wonder if all of that was what tied together. Because remember, TMZ was who broke the news on Kobe Bryant's passing, and I'm pretty sure that it was in large part because of the news that they got from this type of information passing. So I think that, while I'm not trying to say that this is exclusive to that area of the country, I do think that this is almost a more unique problem, or it's more prevalent because of those kind of aspects work in tandem. But I don't know that this will help any level of like soothing on the loss for Vanessa Bryant, who I imagine has been working through that for a few years now. But I hope that it does something to help, I guess, and hopefully changes the practices in those offices.
Those are some of your headlines that get you caught up here on this Wednesday night here on 105.3 The Fan. People continue to pour in their retirements that got them to feeling a little bit of something. Some interesting ones coming in from the 469 of soccer one, Clinton Dempsey.
I think I remember that one. I do remember that. We got Travis Frederick, which that one felt like it came out of nowhere because of the diagnosis. It's always tough when someone has like a diagnosis, and now you're not just thinking about the good times, but now you're concerned for them. Because we were talking earlier in Crosstalk, and Gavin Dawson instantly remembered and recalled Magic Johnson retiring from the NBA with the HIV diagnosis. And so like, especially in that time period where folks weren't as knowledgeable about HIV and AIDS, it was, just this kind of scary thing. So for this disease that seemed like it was just in a certain section of folks, to then become, to now afflict this, not only somebody that you didn't think that it could reach, but also somebody that seemed larger than life, I'm sure just really shook, especially younger folks who love the NBA.
From the 817 Adrian Beltre, definitely cried when I told my son about it happening, and we went to his number ceremony, and plenty pouring in on the TruckRed.com text line, 877-881-1053. Dirk.
Yeah, I should have mentioned it earlier, but Dirk was a big one because it almost got so big that it was almost cheesy, but it fit, in part because Dirk was a little cheesy, and also because I know that this happens in a lot of home cities where, an area finds themselves really attached to a player. But this place and the relationship that this place has with Dirk, it feels unique. Even if it's not entirely, it feels like it didn't happen anywhere else because this place loves Dirk in a way that I don't know that I can fully describe. So all of the love and outpouring, it felt like it was completely justified for the relationship this place developed with Dirk Nowitzki.
For the 254 Stone Cold Steve Austin, for sure.
Someone also said The Undertaker. And I remember Undertaker. I don't think I watched the entirety of it or necessarily, but I think I got the effect of it from like Twitter and the folks that loved it. And it seemed like that really meant stuff because The Undertaker and with certain folks in the wrestle, they're around for so long, aren't they?
Yes. And The Undertaker particularly because he was an institution for a lot of people who watched pro wrestling. If you don't know anything about pro wrestling, you know who The Undertaker is. That's how much of a pop culture icon that he was. Keep those pouring in right here on 105 through the fan on DetroitRight.com text line. Some random thoughts here with Reggie KG right here on the Get Right. This particular Aaron Andrews rant inspired this particular question. The most annoying travel habit that you have, or the one that annoys you the most, based on this conversation that Aaron Andrews had with Carissa Thompson. Take a listen.
I have a story for you.
And
okay,
we're assholes without kids. You know how this is going to go.
Full asshole without the kids. Yes. Am I a travel snob? Absolutely, because I constantly live on a plane. But I'll tell you another thing I am. I feel really, really bad for flight attendants because people who do not travel often treat them like they do. But this family, I knew it from the second I laid eyes on them. They thought they were on a private jet. We are trying to get out of the gate. We are trying to get out of the terminal. And we are still walking around talking in the aisles. And finally, the flight attendants are like, you have to take your seats so we can leave. Didn't give a shit. They feel like they're on a private jet. Here's the next great thing that happens. We have a medical emergency on the plane. They are trying to deal with that. They are putting the announcement on, is anyone a doctor? These assholes walking up and down the aisle. We're spraying perfume. Finally, I just said, you guys need to sit down.
No,
this
you didn't.
is crazy. I did. This came out of my mouth. A mode of transportation. Have some respect.
Wow.
Yeah, that is Carissa Thompson and Aaron Andrews on their podcast. I want to make sure I give the correct podcast here, the Calm Down podcast that they host together.
Apt.
Yes, very much so. So that got me to thinking, what is the most annoying travel habit that you have, or the one that annoys you the most? Let me know on the DetroitRadio.com text line, 877-881-1053. It can be by car, by plane. Is there a travel habit that annoys you the most, or one that you annoy people with? Do you have a particular one?
I don't believe that I do. Not to be the guy that's like, oh, I'm perfect. But I don't believe that I do. But I do recognize, I go out of my way to try and make things, or to not make things difficult on other folks. At least I try to. But I do have certain things that annoy me about other folks, which I guess is also apt. But speaking to that plane thing, I thought Aaron Andrews was going to hit on this. I really dislike the people that are mean to like families with kids on planes.
Oh.
As if the baby is doing this on purpose, right? Like, why are you being a jerk to this mother who probably has a ton of anxiety being on this plane with this kid, knowing that you and your jerk self is going to be here complaining about this kid whose ears are popping and who's like, not used to being in this confined space and having to sit down for all this time. Like, yes, they're going to be uncomfortable and they're going to express that. And you should probably give them just a little bit of leeway and not be a jerk about it. That's my thing. And I really dislike those folks. In addition to the folks that, yes, sometimes when I fly budget airlines. I'm not ashamed of that. But I also understand what I'm doing. I'm on a budget airline. I don't expect them to bring me peanuts. I don't expect incredible service. I expect to get to where I'm going. I don't get the people that get on the budget airline expecting this to not be a budget airline.
Oh, so you're not above flying Spirit?
Absolutely not.
Wow. You're the first person.
I'm broke, dog. What you mean? I got to get there.
Heard.
But that's my thing is like, I understand what I'm buying. I just don't get like, I'm like, hey, if you wanted that, you should have flew Delta, right? Like, that's what you're paying for. That's what the money is for. The savings that you got is because they're not going to give you water, dog. They're going to charge you for it. Yeah. That's what you're doing here. Don't yell at the flight attendant. She ain't do this.
That's very true. This is from the 817. When people get up, and this is in all caps, by the way. When people get up to get off the plane before it's their turn, there's a million people in front of you. So chill. Yeah, I agree with that one.
What's funny is that one doesn't make me as annoyed. I'm just like, you realize that we're going to get out just as fast.
That's
so
what
you
I'm saying.
standing up doesn't make it go
Why
faster.
are you standing up? Like, sit down.
But if you want to stand, I guess, like trying to stretch up, it's just like, Now, if you're in people's way, it gets to be like, all right, what are you doing? But I get the people that's, well, I don't get it, but like, I don't get as annoyed about it. I'm just like, why are you doing that?
Let's see here. From the 254, when my wife keeps telling me to slow down or watch my speed limit every 5 minutes on a 200-mile trip.
Yeah, we got to get there.
Yeah, we got to get there. But yeah, Larry, do you have any annoying travel habits or?
Can we keep this going? Because let me be honest, I haven't made this or that yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be completely transparent.
Yeah, no, I got you. Don't worry about it. Any travel habits that you have that annoy people or annoy you most, Larry Flores?
Well, I mean, I just really don't like, especially like if I know where I'm going, right? And then somebody either, with me or whatever is trying to give me direction or trying to tell me like how to drive. You know what I mean?
My wife is good at that one.
That I don't like.
Is she a backseat driver?
Oh, passenger seat right next to me.
Oh, no.
Does that.
I'm not a big like music listener like on the radio at all. Like most of the time, I have the fan down low or whatever, or like sometimes I'll just like drive in silence. Like that's just who I am.
Oh wow,
but,
okay.
When I'm with people and I'm driving with people, I understand that they've got to have music on. They like music or whatever. I don't like it when people are like constantly changing the song.
Oh no.
Like
you don't like car DJ? Yeah.
I mean, like let it play. Like let it play. Don't 30 seconds, 45 seconds, or a minute, and then changing the song. It's just like. Just let it play.
Oh yeah, I don't change the song like in the middle of the song. Like I let the song play, and if I feel a different vibe, then I'll change it.
This is why I don't DJ in the car with folks. And this is why I said, like, I try not to be annoying. I know my natural inclinations. Once I get to a point in the song and I'm done with it, we moving on. However, I understand we in the car and other people aren't in that spot, so we just gonna let stuff run. And that's why I was just like, you can do what you want to do, because if I'm actively picking the music, also I'm not a DJ. Like, I'm not going to curate the vibes. I'm not going to make sure that this vibe flows into another. Like, naturally, the way that I listen to music is I open up my entire collection and I hit shuffle. So we might go from Rick Astley, into Jay-Z, right into Sky Zoo, right into Art Blakey, some jazz, into, like, we will go all over the place. Yeah. That's the way I listen to music. And that's not really how other people listen to music. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to DJ for those various reasons.
The 214 says, I hate when people get in my truck and try to take control of the AC or the radio.
Yeah, that's not yours.
Yeah, the AC. Yeah, the AC. That's a particular.
But you
one.
Can't just touch it, right? You gotta talk to folks about it.
Exactly.
Like, hey, it's a little warm in here. Can we turn the AC up? Or we gotta have a conversation about this. You can't just be touching people's radios and ACs and everything.
Yeah, because that's mine with the radio. Like I don't like if I'm driving, I'm gonna be the one that sets the pace when it comes to the music, because I got to be able to keep in tune to keep focus on this 800-mile road trip that we're on. Like, if you want me to drive, then you're going to have to just listen to what I got. And if you don't like it, you're going to have to put your headphones in.
Or you should have drove.
Or you should have drove. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, if you didn't want to hear what I had to play, then don't worry about it.
We got so many answers.
There was one on the 214 that I have to address very quickly.
Well, let's address it in full, because it sounds like if you want to address it, let's address it in full.
Okay, because you really don't have anything to say that, right?
No.
Okay, cool. Coming up next, more of your annoying travel habits. We're going to save Reggie next on 105 Through the Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Bill was tired of saying no to his kids because of his debilitating pain.
I have 3 kids that are 13 and under. Every day they're asking, Dad, can we take a bike ride? Dad, can we play ping pong? Unfortunately, in the past, I had to sadly say no quite often.
An accident left Bill with aching knees and shoulders. Even after 4 knee surgeries, Bill still felt constant pain in his knees. And then he discovered QC Kinetics and their natural biologic therapies.
I did it on the knee. It really became life-changing. I've had the same results with the shoulder.
QC Kinetics non-invasive regenerative treatments help restore damaged tissue and provided much-needed relief for knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. Right there in the office, no downtime. Bill's able to do just about anything these days.
Like taking my kids to Disney World and walking 10 miles a day at Disney, bike riding, taking a walk on the beach.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610.
972-972-8610.
I love Soda Weight Loss. That's SOTA Weight Loss, and I'm always excited to talk about them. And now they have more exciting options to help you drop the pounds, just like they helped me drop 176 pounds. Soda is, of course, Texas born and bred with 7 awesome in-office facilities across DFW, but they're also a virtual nationwide practice that is 100% accessible over the phone with highly trained Soda nutritionists. You can start out at sodaweightloss.com, where there are more than 6,200 Google reviews with an average score of 4.8 stars out of 5.
Also on the site, there's more than 850 stunning before and after client photos,
including me. Then there are 5-star reviews like this one from Jonathan. Soda is great, and I've lost 100 pounds with their help. As a 49-year-old man, I never thought it would be this easy. And more importantly, they have helped me keep it off via maintenance. Hit the website, sodaweightloss.com. Visit one of their 7 DFW locations or call 1-800-555-6521. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the art.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been serving North Texas homeowners for decades. And with every one of our customers, our job isn't complete until you're satisfied. Here's what several of our clients have said about Blue Nail.
I thought that they were extremely detail-oriented.
They went back to the insurance company and worked with them and got them to pay for doing the extra stuff that had to be done.
Blue Nail personnel worked with the adjuster and did the work is superb.
I recommend them to anybody.
We had real good communication with them. I did not have to hunt them down. They usually came hunting for us to see what needed to be done.
I am totally pleased with what they did.
If you have storm damage, call Blue Nail Roofing today for a free, no obligation inspection of your property. Call 855-255-1975. That's 855-255-1975 or online at BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Progressive Snapshot can save you money based on how you drive and how much you drive. So the safer you drive, the more money you could save. Now, if you didn't hear that because you were yelling at another car while driving, let me say it again. You need to calm down. Yelling is just making everyone as stressed out as you are and letting them all know that you definitely aren't trying to save with Progressive Snapshot. And if you did hear it the first time because you weren't yelling at another car, nice work. You'd love Snapshot from Progressive because it rewards safe drivers. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California and North Carolina or from all agents.
If you don't have DFW security yet, it's time to switch and save. Get alarm monitoring for just $15.95 a month or upgrade with better protection and more features like cameras and an app for about the same as you're already paying. Check it out at dfwsecurity.com.
Friends, is your job recession-proof? Now might be the perfect time to switch careers and become an IT professional with My Computer Career. IT is listed as one of the top recession-proof professions. You could have your dream job in just months, not years. No experience needed. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckreg.com.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Attitude. Larry Flores holding it down for you here as we continue our trek into what annoys you most when you travel, or the most annoying travel habits that you have, based on a lovely rant from Erin Andrews on the Calm Down podcast with her and Carissa Thompson. The truckrate.com text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation here.
Before we dip back into that, of course, the Dallas Wings fall in Game 3 of the first round to the Connecticut Sun, 73-58. So they're eliminated from the WNBA playoffs. But shout out to everybody that was out there. And we had somebody who was at the game, and from the 817, they said they were at the game. It was a hell of a season. And I asked them, how's the environment? They said it was electric, loudest that it's been at the Wings game. Ja Morant was out the game. And apparently not only was Ja there, you've watched these basketball games where Ja was playing and his father, T. Morant, has been apparently T was out there too, looking extremely Usher-like, not like a stadium Usher, but like
actually like Usher.
And so that was interesting. So shout out to everybody that was out there at the Wings game.
Including Nick Angstad.
Our friend Nick Angstad, absolutely
was out there.
There was a lot of folks out there. It sounded like it was a packed building.
People continue to pour in their most annoying travel habits or ones that annoy them the most. This one coming from the 214. Trying to talk to me on the flight when I have my AirPods in. Yeah. Nothing says do not talk to me more than having your headphones in.
That's right.
Especially when you got the big ignorant ones like the ones I have on right now that says, hey, I don't want to talk to you. I have my headphones on. And not only that, they're noise canceling ones. So I really don't want to talk to you.
You know what the funny move is though? When they do the sign of take your headphones off. They're like,
yeah.
It's like, no. I have these on for a reason.
Right. I want them on
they're
my head.
They're supposed to be here. I don't want to talk to you.
Someone had one that I had to address. Oh, here it is. From the 214. Because I don't understand this one, Larry. When I drive past people like on the highway or on the road in general. And again, it's not my car, so I guess you can do what you want in your car. But why do you have the nerve, the gall, and the audacity to put your bare feet on the dashboard?
Dog.
Why?
In somebody else's car, or even worse, on the plane. Whatever you came onto the plane with, keep that on, dog.
Car. Keep your shoes on.
Like, we circulating the same air in here, man.
Like, I don't know when I want to know the person who the first time they were like, hey, you know what's a good idea? I'm going to take my shoes off on the plane.
This ain't your house.
I'm going to take my shoes off in the car. And I'm going to put them on the dashboard. Or just have them exposed, like, on the plane.
Have you ever had the person put their feet on your armrest?
On the armrest?
Yeah, so like they put their feet from behind, like in the row behind you, put their seat up on your armrest.
Like in between my seat? Oh, no.
People be doing that, dog.
People do that? I've never, ever, ever seen that.
People treat this thing like their house. Okay, so that brings us to, as we speak of armrests.
Okay.
What's the proper configuration of armrests when you look at your 3 seats of aisle, middle, and window? Who gets the armrests, the various armrests? And I guess in this instance, we have 4 armrests for 3 seats, right?
Okay, so the person who's on the aisle seat, they get the armrest that's on the right-hand side.
On the aisle.
On the aisle.
Okay.
They get that one.
Just that one.
Yeah, just that one.
Okay.
Then I guess it goes in descending order. So if you're in the middle and there's another one.
Yeah, because if you've got the window, I mean, you lean on the window. You've got the, right?
Yeah.
You get to lean on the window.
Yeah. So I don't think, why are people have other ways?
Oh, yeah. People are like, I don't even know what a lot of people say on armrests. My idea is you're in the middle. You don't have any other redeeming qualities. You get both armrests that you're sitting on. The other folks can deal with the one armrest on either side. We're all in agreement in that way?
Okay.
Wait, say that again?
So like if you're in the middle seat, you get both of your armrests. You get full control of both of those armrests. If you're in the aisle,
the one
or the
on
window,
the left and on the
If you're on the aisle and window, you can get the aisle or window one, the outside one there, but you don't get the interior one because you have either aisle space for your feet or you have a window where you can lean or look out or mess with any of that stuff.
Because the aisle person can get both the one on the aisle and the one.
Yeah, but my thing about it is like you in the middle. We not doing this half stuff. McKeever says, hell no, you can get half. No. I'm taking both of these. Both of these mine.
Oh, wow. Okay. Remind me not.
I think that's fair. Is that not fair?
No, that seems right. I mean, you had to sit in the middle, right? You got to get something.
You got to get something. And like I said, the person who sits on near the window, they get to,
They got the window.
They can lean on the
You know
window.
what I'm saying? Yeah, you got something above just having a seat. The aisle gets something above just having a seat. I feel like the middle, in order to make this work, let me get both these armrests.
For the 972.
And McKeever, no, it's not a cheaper seat. They charge the same for the window and the aisle, so let me get some in the middle of the seat. That's only fair.
Let's see here. For the 972, people huddling near the boarding area waiting for their group to get called is annoying. Facts. Like, sit down until your group's called.
Oh, those are the worst. Because then what the tough part about it is it creates a cascade, right?
Yes.
The people that are standing up trying to find out, and other people are like, I think that they're trying to sneak ahead. I'm gonna get up now. And now we got everybody standing.
See, but here's the thing with Southwest though, like you have your A group, your B group, C group. So people start to, and it's first come, first serve with Southwest. So the better, seat that you can get, you try to be, part of the, the first to get into the line. For the 940, it's first come, first serve. And if you pick your arm off, it's free game. Okay.
You trying to say if I move my arm, you could just slide your arm like this? We're playing.
Oh, okay.
What are we playing, like tag or what's the game that I'm thinking of here? I can't think.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like King of the Hill or something.
I don't know, something like that.
Let's see here. From the 469, passing gas on the plane. Yeah, why y'all doing that?
I mean, to be fair, some of this is anatomical, but if you do your best to not end up in a place where you need to do that.
The worst ones are the silent killer ones. Like,
yeah, but it's not like you select which
no, it's not. No, I'm just saying, like,
or like, okay, how about this? Like, you're in the car, right? So it's within your control to roll the window down.
Oh yeah, now
yes.
You don't. Come on.
Yeah, that's foul.
You're just waiting to see if anybody notices it,
or at least let someone know so someone can put a window down so it can be, let out at some point. But don't just sit back there just passing gas, and next thing you know, everybody's wondering like what the hell's going on in the car because you're not willing to say something. For the 214, the two most annoying things about flying are people who clap at landing.
Come on now.
And those
who won't get off the plane. That take their time to get off the plane. Yeah, people got connectors, right? So like if you just go ahead and move. The clapping at the landing of the plane.
I mean, that's a little strange.
I find it strange, but also
but I get it.
We just conducted a miracle of flying and soaring through the air. I can get you having a little bit of like fascination by that. I get it. Like I never want to be too removed to not find it amazing that we were just in a big metal box in the air, thousands and thousands of feet in the air.
Yeah, especially now, and this is a recent story here, I believe, that there is legislation, or it has passed already, that raises the mandatory commercial pilot retirement age from 65 to 67. So yeah, I'm probably gonna be clapping every time I land because I don't know who may be flying.
Wow,
my plane and whether or not
was that a swipe at the airline pilots?
Well, hey. Pilot shortages are apparently forcing this to happen. So there's that.
All right. Here we go. Let's delve into the deep waters here, gentlemen. As we've been talking about airline flight. We might delve back into road trips at some point.
Okay.
But airline flight.
Okay.
Seat on the plane. Recline. Upright. What say you?
Like for...
Yeah.
Okay.
There's certain people that are like, it is my right to recline and I will recline if I want to. And there's certain people like, nah, you got to keep that upright.
Well, it should be understood that if you decide to recline your seat, there's an expectation that just don't put it in the other person's lap. Like, don't be that guy or that girl that literally just like, I'm going to put my seat down and just put it in your lap. Like, that's not cool. Like, we're all trying to have a decent flight here. The last thing I need is you laying in my lap because you feel like this is the time for you to get your sleep on in that way. Like, be reasonable with it. I don't care if you lay your seat back. Just be reasonable.
But then why do they recline that far back then? Like, is that my fault? That's how far it goes.
Okay, touche. But again, it's understood though that you should not be laying in the person's lap that's behind you. Like, that's just not courteous. It's just not cool. Like, again, if you want to lay your seat back to get a nice recline to be able to go to sleep, I understand that. But I don't want you living in my lap as I'm trying to, like, what if I want to sit there and read a book? And next thing you know, you're like, oh no, I'm gonna go to sleep and just put my chair in your lap. I'm like, that's not cool.
Yeah, you mess up the whole tray table too.
Yeah, that's just not enough, that's just not cool at all. But you're like change the seat is what you're suggesting that should happen.
I mean, it's like, hey, if you lay back too, we'll both be laying back.
Now everybody got to lay back because you want to
lay back. Yeah, because everybody got to be uncomfortable because you want to put your seat all the way back. No.
I did find it interesting. Somebody texted and said their girl is always like when they're on the road, their girl is always like, it's a cop right there. He's like, I see it too. But yeah. I'm in the.
I'm looking at what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yes.
And while I get it, that's going to be annoying. I feel like it's better that we say it every time and be annoyed than have to pay this ticket. You know what I mean? Like the one time I forget or I don't see it, if she don't say nothing, now we in a place where whoop whoop, and I don't feel like I want that.
Like, you didn't see him? You know, why didn't you say anything, right?
Right.
Let's see here from the 940. This is a great point. A simple, you good back there goes a long way. Be courteous. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
So if I look back at you, KG, and I say, hey, you good? And then, so I'm able to lean back all the way then?
No, you give me an opportunity to respond and say, no, actually, I'm sorry, but you're kind of, a little in my, do you mind,
Oh, I can see that getting real petty real quick. Like I asked, and that was me being nice, and now I'm not gonna.
I'm kind of gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
No, see, but
exactly.
But then, if you decide to do that, then you're being an a-hole for that. Like, don't do that. You asked me, "Am I good with it?" And I gave you a courteous response. No, actually, I'm a little uncomfortable. It's on in my knee. Do you mind, just raising your seat up a little bit? And then if you decide to just do it anyway, well, now we got a problem because now I feel like you just being a jerk for no reason, and now we got to have it out. Like, because we all got to be on this flight, so just be cool about it.
Yeah, and that's ultimately
just be cool about it.
Be cool about it. I feel like that's all of the rules, and I don't know if we can call these rules, but all the things we talk about it, just like ultimately be cool about it is what we're saying.
I love this question here from the 972. What are the rules on eating outside food on the plane? I say have at it. I don't understand why you can't bring, like, especially airport food is already expensive enough as it is. And if I feel like I won't be able to finish my food in time to before I get on the plane, I should be able to bring that on the plane.
But did they let? I don't fly enough. Did they let you bring that on? Like you get through?
I think they do, but I think people have some reservations about it. But I'd say I don't have a problem.
Are you going to ask the person in front of you though, or behind you, or next to you, and say, "Hey, you good with me eating this? Should you do that then?"
No, what's wrong with that?
Just try not to eat stuff that's like obnoxious.
I'm just saying,
that's my thing.
The smell, you know what I mean? Depending on what it is.
Yeah, but like,
oh yeah, it's not like
most of the time you eating like a sandwich or a Sbarro or something. Like it's not really going to be that.
Nobody out here bringing fish
aggressive. Yeah.
On the plane,
like, a lot.
That'd be messed up.
See, I don't understand. From the 214, I don't live this like people huddling around the luggage carousel. Oh no, I'm carrying this on, brother. I'm carrying this. I just told y'all I be flying budget. I am not putting any more employees in the process of me getting to my destination.
See, but I do understand this one because people are reckless and people have no, remorse about stealing your luggage. So I get it. Like, especially people are traveling more and more expensive pieces of luggage as well. Let's say you got your Louis Vuitton bag that you out here.
What?
Just an example.
Oh, okay.
It's an expensive piece of luggage and people be willing to swipe it. Like, no, I'm waiting for my bag. You're not taking not that I own one. I don't own one. I'm just saying, just an example.
Yeah, I don't understand that life. That's beyond me. I got my nice little duffel that I will slide under the seat, and we will make it all right.
Well, clearly you're not a checked bag person either.
No. Again, I'm broke.
That's why you should fly Southwest. You can bring bags on for free.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Next time I'm pricing out tickets, I'll remember that you said that.
You could do that. People, yes. As long as it's not like an egg salad, you're good, Larry.
Egg salad's good.
So just don't bring an egg salad on the plane and you'll be good. Y'all good? Anything else? Anything else annoy you?
We didn't even really get that much in the road trip. We didn't get into hotel.
Oh yeah, because there's so many. Because there's plane, car, bus. As you mentioned, hotel,
the dart rail.
Oh man!
Oh, you got thoughts?
I didn't even think of like regular commute type stuff. Yeah, I can only.
You got
imagine.
Thoughts on dart rail?
Nah, it's just a time of my life where I remember having to take the dart rail, and it's just.
What was the worst thing that happened?
It sounds like
what's the story? One story, because we don't have that much time, but.
No, I not one story in particular, but just the people that you see that come in and out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's life. Now you got stories, dog.
Yeah,
that's the good part of it. You got to look at it from a positive perspective. I got stuff to talk about. People watching.
We could talk about this for hours.
That's right.
Great. That's good though. Appreciate you participating on the ChartRate.com text line 877-881-1053. Coming up next on the Get Right with Reg and KG on 105 through the Fan. It's the final call. Micah Parsons is deciding to do a show with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. And I have some thoughts on it. Next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt is in for Choppy. And let's see if I can three-peat at 7:40 with Name That Athlete. It's a Thursday morning on the Fan.
Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and the Dallas Cowboys. That right there is a championship partnership. The Cowboys own 5 big old silver trophies, and the SOTA team just keeps putting more skins on the wall. See, Soda is #1 in DFW and across the nation for customer satisfaction. I'm Chris Summer. They took folks like me and turned us into champions. We've pounded that fat weight into the dirt, and we left it behind for good. Are you sick of being sick and run down? Soda can rebuild your body and turn you into a champion. All you got to do is fix your nutrition, and Soda's the very best at that. Stop stressing over your weight already. Get over to Soda. You know it's time. SOTAweightloss.com. Read the stories of thousands of Soda champions right there at SOTAweightloss.com. Texas born and darn proud of it. Soda and the Dallas Cowboys. State of the art.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
This should be 8x7.
When it comes to closets, Janina's home organization business runs tip-top tidy.
Is this schedule right? I'm gonna need help.
But she needs to reorganize and find a new assistant.
I know, it's your last week, but can you make sure the Hanson pantry's wrapped?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Toadies performing live at the House of Blues Dallas Friday, November 11th. Don't miss out. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
Access to cutting-edge treatment can help make long-term survival possible.
Stand Up to Cancer and the Lust Garden Foundation have teamed up to bring pancreatic cancer clinical trials to those who need them.
For more information, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Hey, this is Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. The star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/cowboys for details. Set up a free in-home consultation and you can lock in this amazing offer for 6 months. Window Nation will show you how over 1 million of our expertly installed, money-saving, double-pane, Energy Star-efficient windows are already rewarding families in over 150,000 homes. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy with no interest payments until 2025. Update your whole home and qualify for a Cowboys jersey and free game tickets. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/cowboys today. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Sean Shreve here with DFW Security's Back to School Special. An outdoor camera, a doorbell camera, and a smart door lock with the Smart Hub and Smart Security. 888-594-5018 or dfwsecurity.com. But you got to mention Sean from the Fan.
Get informed if you're buying, selling, refinancing, or just want up-to-date information on the market on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show, Saturdays 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Aspire Financial Inc.
This is Gavin Dawson with a message from my friends at D&M Leasing. With D&M's exclusive Easy Lease, no down payment and no payments for 90 days. And save up to 50% compared to buying. As D&M has been doing for years, your sanitized new or pre-leased vehicle will be delivered to your home or office with contactless delivery. Call D&M Leasing today at any local area code and 35 lease or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is your radio home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you are in need of traffic control or barricade rental, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricade, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. That's buyersbarricade.com.
So get right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. NBA trade going down.
What?
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by Beat the Streak for tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcast. This comes from the official Twitter account of Adrian Wojnarowski at Woj ESPN. The Lakers are in advanced talks on a trade to acquire Utah Jazz guard Patrick Beverley for Talen Horton-Tucker and Stanley Johnson, sources tell Wojnarowski. The deal could be finalized as soon as Thursday. The Lakers and the Jazz are expected to finalize the deal on Thursday morning, delivering Beverly to L.A. after a brief stay over with the Jazz. No picks involved in the deal per sources. So Patrick Beverley going to the Lakers straight up for Talen Horton-Tucker and Stanley Johnson, which reminded Reg of what between Russell Westbrook and Patrick Beverley?
Well, if you remember way back in Russell Westbrook's days at Oklahoma City, I think he played every game that he had played in, every game available to him through high school, college, and I think his first, I want to say 4 or 5 seasons in the NBA in Oklahoma City, like Russ was notoriously never hurt until Patrick Beverley, like it was a first round series or a second round series against the Rockets when Patrick Beverley was there, and Patrick Beverley injured his knee and Russell Westbrook missed time. But that started a rivalry that kind of continued as Russ understandably was upset with Patrick Beverley over time, because Patrick Beverley is a nuisance, and not just like the good nuisance of a defender. He's just like, he's annoying. He's the guy that you love on your team and you absolutely despise on some other team. And maybe that helps here, but it got to a point where those guys, and Pat Bev also talks a lot, so it got to a point where those guys had a little animosity, and at one point Russ said, and I quote, or I think he tweeted, and I quote, Pat Bev trick y'all. He just be running around.
That's going to be fun to watch.
And notice I didn't say tricked. The tweet is, Pat Bev trick y'all.
Yeah. Well, there you go. The Kevin Durant holding the NBA hostage no more, as teams now starting to feel like they can make moves. It's the final call here on the Get Right with Reggie KG. Speaking of making moves, Micah Parsons is making a major move to television this fall. He will be joining Shannon Sharpe and Skip Bayless every Tuesday this fall on Undisputed, to which was the surprise of a lot of people, including myself, given the fact that at one time Skip Bayless, Larry, said this about Micah Parsons' teammate, who happens to be, yes, the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys.
Passion for clinical depression, but when it comes to the quarterback of an NFL team, you know this as well as better than I do. it's the ultimate leadership position in sports. Am I right about that? Because of all that, I don't have sympathy for him going public with, I got depressed. I suffered depression early in COVID to the point that I couldn't even go work out. Look, he's the quarterback of America's team. And you know and I know, this sport that you play, it is dog eat dog. It is no compassion, no quarter given on the football field. If you reveal publicly any little weakness, it can affect your team's ability to believe in you in the toughest spots, and it definitely can encourage others on the other side to come after you. You throw an interception, you're going to hear, you depressed number 4, you know, get that sort of thing. You get sacked. How'd that feel? You getting down about it? You just can't go public with it, in my humble opinion.
Well, he'd be wrong, and was properly lambasted for it when he said this back in 2020. I just found it very curious that of all the platforms that Micah Parsons decided to go on to, that this would be the one. And maybe he doesn't know about the history of these statements from Skip Bayless about Dak Prescott. But if he did and still went on the show, I don't think it's necessarily, in my humble opinion, Skip, the best move for him. Again, plenty of other platforms to choose from. Not sure why this is the particular one, given the nature and the history between this organization and that particular commentator with respect to the leader of the Dallas Cowboys and how now he will be participating in that. Didn't necessarily think it was the best look in my mind, given that particular history there.
Yeah, I understand the concern from this in this way. Like I absolutely do. Because that I don't have a lot of great feelings for Skip Bayless,
which a lot of people these days do not.
Yeah, I think a lot of people share that sentiment. When he said that, I did honestly come from a little bit of a place of compassion. Like, that dude sounds like a dude who's been hurt and has maybe had his own struggles that he's felt like he needed to tough it out and deal with on his own and not express. And I think that maybe, just maybe, that was where that man was coming from. Like, I don't think that that's okay. And I really would hope that he would not have to come from a place of hurt, like, or whatever. And again, that's an assumption in my way. But I don't know that necessarily I hold Micah Parsons accountable for then going on that show in that way. Like,
I think it's just more about the awareness here, just the optics here. Like, again, plenty of platforms to choose from. He chose this one. No, whatever, I guess. I guess it's the optics of why this one, given what we know has taken place with this quarterback in the organization in that way.
I don't know. And honestly, like, outside of that, I just personally wouldn't really go on that show in general. I don't think it's a great show. However, like, ultimately, I don't know what the offer was. I don't know what, and Micah does seem like somebody who is engaged with and interested in those larger than life possibilities. And I don't say that in a way to like knock him down, right? In the same way that, remember when our guy who was in Washington, quarterback, and the name completely eluded me. Robert Griffin III was in Washington, and they was like, oh, he's in these commercials, he's not dedicated. I'm not doing that thing. But he does seem like he cares about that, right? He did the whole Pizza Hut, was on Super Bowl Radio Row, and has done a ton of stuff with them.
Yeah, some cool stuff.
Like he seems interested in being in that lane, so I do understand the interest in that opportunity. Maybe this was what was offered to him. He found it interesting and he went to it, but I wouldn't have done it. Not necessarily just because that dude said that particular thing about Dak Prescott, but just because the way that dude kicks it, and maybe that show in general, but mostly that dude kicks it in general. So yeah, but hey, I guess if the money spends, right?
I guess. So there's that. Do we have time for this piece of audio real quick or no?
Nah, don't worry about it. We'll do it another time.
Okay. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I said something about that because I thought it was just very curious that that would be the platform that he would choose, just given the history between those two and the amount of good that he does. And maybe he'll turn it into something, positive, but more than likely, the drama that's associated with that particular commentator and the way he likes to get down with his business, don't think that's necessarily the best look for him. But maybe somebody will get a hold of him like, hey, just by the way, Micah, just know that this was said about your quarterback and your teammate. Because I think that's more where I get to the point of I wouldn't want to be associated with the dude who disparaged my teammate that way, even if I wasn't on the team at the time of when it happened. I'm on the team now, and that's my guy. That's my quarterback. I don't want to be associated with someone who feels that way or disparages my quarterback and leader in that way, the way that Skip Bayless did at that
So Skip is very particular, right, in that way. However, if we're going to say that, in maybe a less heightened way, would you go on any media? Because I imagine that you could find various media platforms that have kind of been negative towards your team or your teammates. That's the thing that I wonder if that's going to be your bar.
I guess we'll see for Micah Parsons. For Larry Flores, my partner, Reginald Atatula, my name is Kevin Gray. This has been the Get Right with Reggie KG. We'll be back with you tomorrow from 7 to 11 on 105.3 The Fan. Peace.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Choppy for Zerez. How's your carpet look? I know, it's pretty disgusting. Great time to do it. An amazing offer for you from Zerez. It's just lasting through the end of the month. So you got to get it in. You got to make the appointment by the end of the month. But here you go, RJ Choppy fan special from Zerez. The lowest price of the year, $25 per room of carpet cleaning, a 3-room minimum. So if you get 3 rooms, it's $75. 4 rooms, it's $100. Do the math. You can get it all taken care of, but you got to get it booked by the end of the month. Use the promo code FLASH25, FLASH25, when you order from Zerez at ZerezDallas.com. Best carpet cleaner in the industry. No questions about it. They don't use soaps. They don't use chemicals. It's Zerez. They're going to clean the carpet the right way. Get it taken care of. RJ Choppy fan special. Promo code FLASH25. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZerezDallas.com. Pull backwards or forwards, spells the same. It's Zerez.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
I thought learning a language would be too much work, but Babbel makes learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. And in